All right. Welcome to the A's Philosophy YouTube channel. I am A, and today we are going to try and get an open discussion going. And what exactly will be discussed will depend on who joins. We can open up the pan. We can open up the panel, or people can interact from the chat. I try to do these as an opportunity for people who have heard me in other places to interact with me. Like everyone, I have my opinion on things, and I'll interact with on other channels, and invite them here and give them a chance to interact with me in a way. 'Cause a lot of times you have these panels, and there's 10 people, and it's chaotic, and it's hard to have a conversation. So I want to try to give these opportunities for people. Oh, we got Andy already in the audience. That's good. Good to see you, Andy. Um, As far as my internet, I want to repeat my last stream was kind of a test stream. I have a new internet provider. This new internet provider is basically not as good as the previous one I was using. And again, just like the last time, a lot of people are going to ask, why would you downgrade? And the answer is because I had to. There was no other option. So I'm still kind of, I think the last stream, which was the first stream I did with the new internet provider, went okay. But if there are some glitches and if there are technical difficulties and things like that, then it could be a result of the weakened internet service. So just be aware of that as the stream goes forward, and we'll keep track of that. If there's audio issues or any other issues or speed issues or anything like that, if there are people who are watching live, please let me know. But yeah, and I want to try to get back. So this channel has been not very active recently, and that is the result of a lot of changes that have been taking place in my life, and just as a result of that being just I was already pretty busy, but I just was 10 times busier in basically the last couple of months than I had been, and there just was not almost any time to engage on YouTube. And my YouTube channel was always kind of something I just did in my spare time, and I didn't have a whole lot of spare time, but but things have kind of settled down. Things kind of have started to return to normal. It's still, not completely there yet. There's a lot that I need to do, and it's going to take a lot of time. But I should have more time going forward to go back to it. Hopefully, my goal is always to do at least one stream per week. And if things really settle down in the near future, then maybe I can even do multiple streams per week. But we'll just have to see what happens, because that a lot of that remains to be seen. I don't want to make any commitments, because I just know that the second I make a commitment, I'm just not going to be able to fulfill it. So anyway, so that's kind of an update on the channel, where it's at. I really would love to just try to grow this channel and promote the message I've been trying to promote. And I do those things outside of the channel too. This channel is just one of the means I have of doing that. I do have other avenues for promoting my worldview and trying to influence things. The YouTube channel is just one of them. It's a good one, but it's probably not even the main one. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, this is going to be an open discussion. Again, with because of how limited things are, it's just going to have to be very general these days. Trying to do really specific focused topics is difficult when you're not doing a lot of streams. But like I said, if I am in a place where I can do multiple streams in the near future, maybe I can get into those more really specific, nuanced analysis type videos, which I really enjoyed doing when I was able to do them. And maybe more specific conversation topics as well, as opposed to just like, does God exist? Is Christianity true? We can probably introduce more, specific focused content, like analyzing individual Bible verses and things like that, or individual lines of evidence, or for the existence of God or whatever. But the open panels can be productive as well, and they're an opportunity to engage. A couple things I want to throw out there just before I open up the panel, just a few minutes here. A couple things I looked at and saw recently as far as what other people are doing and things that interested me. Well, there's a lot of it out there I could go to, but just very recently, let's share my screen here. There have been a couple debates on evolution recently that I thought were kind of interesting. I would like to be in the debate sphere, but again, I hardly even have time to manage my own channel. So kind of doing debates right now is a little difficult. But maybe in the near future, there are a couple topics that I would really like to debate. I've always wanted to debate Christian theology, and I have had a couple formal debates on the Standing for Truth YouTube channel at the end of last year. And I haven't been invited back, but if they do want me back, I'm willing. And also, I really would like to debate evolution and see how that goes. And I almost had something in the works for a large channel last year at the same time I was doing the Christian theology debates, but that didn't end up happening. But it might happen in the future, so we'll see. This is the Raging Tomato YouTube channel. It's a fair sized channel. It used to be a little bit bigger, but there was some controversy. But in any case, it's still an interesting channel that hosts debates of all. Sarah is the host of the channel, and if you go look at her channel, you'll see that she hosts debates on a wide range of topics: political, cultural, theological, scientific, and all kinds of different things. And she runs her channel. And a couple of days ago, actually, it was yesterday, in fact, she had a really interesting debate about whether Paul is a false apostle. And I watched that debate. First of all, congratulations to Sarah, because as far as I know, at least nominally, she claims to be a Catholic. So a lot of Christian channels and Christian hosts are not willing to even allow this topic for discussion. But let's see here. Oh, we got Walter in the chat. Good to see you, Walter. Yeah, so yesterday, you don't see a whole lot of these debates on major channels. This is kind of like considered right now a fringe topic. But for me, I think this is an extremely important topic. And I think it goes to the very root of the kind of the problems I see in Christianity and what really is Christianity and what Christians should believe. To me, after considerable years of analysis and thinking about these topics, I did personally come to the conclusion that Christians are only beholden to the teachings of Christ, which is a controversial opinion, actually, because most Christian denominations and institutions will teach you that, Christians are beholden to everything that's in the Bible. Well, and that maybe specifically talking about the New Testament. And a lot of what's in the New Testament, actually most of what's in the New Testament, is not the words of Christ. But in the churches and church institutions, there's a lot of focus on these other parts of the New Testament that are just simply not, as far as I've been able to tell, how should I put this? They can't be seen as being directly derived from the teachings of Christ, and they don't come from Christ himself. I've been repeatedly insulted, mocked, and banned for bringing up these points about Paul. Well, see, Andy, as a skeptic, I'm guessing that's not happening to you on skeptic channels. I'm guessing they would kind of not be as worried about questioning Paul. I'm guessing you're interacting on Christian channels or with Christians, and they're the ones who are doing these things. And if that's the case, that's not surprising, because that's exactly what's happened to me over and over and over again. And what I've found is that this is a line of inquiry that most okay, yeah, correct. So yeah, obviously it's going to be Christian channels. The problem is, Andy, that they don't want to do this. They don't want to ask this question. They don't want to have this conversation. And I think you will see these Christians out there, and it doesn't almost anywhere you look. They'll ask a lot of questions and they'll discuss things, but and they'll question their worldview, but they will not allow this question to be raised, and they will not entertain these types of questions. And I think that speaks to something. I think that speaks to a deeper awareness that this really is an issue. That if it was brought out into the public square and more people realize what the issues are, then they would see that as a real threat to the superstructure of Christianity that has been erected over the last couple millennia. And in my opinion, this analysis and these questions do need to be brought up, because even if it does overthrow the currently established system of Christianity that has been constructed, I personally believe it will bring us back to what it was originally, which is, like I was explaining earlier, is just the teachings of Jesus Christ. That was always, in my opinion, supposed to be the basis for Christian doctrine and Christian life. And over time, I would say starting early on, certainly, the early church built this tradition wherein Paul and his epistles were given equal authority to the words of Christ himself. But again, I believe that's a development. I believe that's a post-apostolic development, in fact. And therefore, it is not essentially a Christian idea. Right. Yeah, you listen to these people, and a lot of them do see Paul as their Messiah. That's why there should be two religions: Paulinism and Christianity. A lot of times, more recently, I've been hearing people talk about Pauline Christianity, but really, that kind of suggests that there's some sort of harmony and alignment between Paul and Christ, whereas I've argued for a long time that they really can't be seen as within alignable or harmonizable. Okay, they're really completely two separate ideas about everything, about how you approach God, about how you acquire or attain to salvation. It's not the same religion. There's no such thing as Pauline Christianity. There's Christianity and there's Paulinism. They're not the same thing. So to say Pauline Christianity suggests that there's a version of Christianity that can incorporate Paul, which I just don't believe is the case. If you read the words of Christ, who is the real founder of Christianity. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. They're not just different ideas; they're mutually contradictory and exclusive ideas to each other. They teach completely different things, completely different. Like as I was going into, and which you are suggesting here, Andy, I'm sure you're aware. Jesus taught that to attain salvation, you must obey the law of God, and not just any law, the Mosaic law. Okay, that's the system of salvation that Jesus clearly taught in the Gospels, and Paul taught a very different and the opposite. Paul taught that you are not justified by the law. Jeremy Thomas, why is this a suggestion? Was Paul not ordained by Jesus Christ? No, he was not. He was not ordained by Jesus Christ to teach the gospel. I don't know I guess you're getting that from Acts or chapter 9, but during the life of Christ, he never spoke to Paul or about Paul. He ordained 12 apostles to spread his message. And according to the Gospels, Judas betrayed, and then there were 11. And also according to Acts, a 12th one was reestablished. But no, Paul was not ordained by Jesus Christ to spread the gospel. That is not something that happened within history. Mike, happy to see you. Now, now this is the whole point of all this, Jeremy, is if you disagree, that's not a problem. But you're welcome to Well, I will open up the panel here shortly. So if you want to join the panel and have a discussion, you're welcome to do that. Or you can continue to interact in the chat. It doesn't matter to me. I just want you to know that either option is available to you. Teach Yahweh. I was on Teach Yahweh's Kanisha's panel earlier today. Good to see you, Kanisha, and I always really thank you for allowing me on your panels, which you're doing a great job with your channel. And hey, yeah, good to see you, Kanisha. Your channel is really doing great, and I really think that you're hosting a lot of really interesting topics and discussions, which is good. Again, I think my internet just kind of froze a little bit there. My internet connection, again, as I've stated multiple times in the last couple of streams, has taken a hit recently. So just if something happens, just be aware of that. But yeah, Kanisha. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I will say though, as much as I respect you and respect the fact that I do believe you are honestly seeking truth, and I respect the fact that you were able to move away from the Trinity, because I think that anytime you have a deeply held belief and you actually do kind of take the time to look at it and recognize that it's not true and move away from it, that speaks to me as someone who has an open mind. And open-mindedness is a prerequisite for, seeking and finding truth, in my opinion. So you do have that. That being said, though, Kanisha, I do think that you do still, and again, I'm not saying this as an attack. I'm not even saying it as a criticism. I'm just seeing what is. And I say this as a Christian too. I do think that there are areas where you have that you can move closer to the truth. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. But the question is, are you holding on to something? Are you holding on to something? Are you emotionally? Here's again. And again, Kanisha, I'm going to open up the panel in a little bit too, and you are more than welcome to join or not. It's up to you. See, Kanisha, a lot, years ago. Let me give you my backstory, Kanisha, if you have time to listen to it. Years ago, I would say I did kind of walk away from the faith. I wouldn't say I was an atheist or I ever actually rejected Christianity, but I was at a place in my life where I just simply did not care. And I was just kind of living my life. I wasn't a bad person, I don't think. I mean, not much worse than the average person out there. But I just simply wasn't in a place where I took God or a relationship with God seriously. When I did actually emerge from that mindset and realize that, God is real, there are reasons to believe in God, beyond that come from human reason and analysis of the world around us, I came to the conclusion that there is some God out there that created things and designed this world, this universe and life, and that signifies to me that there must be, that creator must have a purpose. At that point, my initial reaction, having been raised as a Christian, was to return to Christianity. Okay. But at the time, I also began an analysis of, well, what is Christianity? So I read the Bible myself. I didn't go to church. I didn't do anything. I didn't seek other people's opinion. I just read the Bible myself for a couple years. And during that time, I developed an idea of what I believe Christianity was that was basically free of any sort of external influences. After that time frame, I started to interact more. I started going to church. I started going into a Protestant, I will say the denomination, a Baptist church. And also, some of my family members attended a Methodist church. So I was going to a Methodist church and a Baptist church. And I didn't really understand what the difference was, or even why there was a difference. I was just kind of going into these churches and just interacting with just just to be a good Christian, essentially. And what I found was when I listened to the sermons, so I'm not sure how many people actually listen to the sermons and what's being said, but when I was listening to the sermons, I was stunned at what I was hearing, because what I was hearing being preached was very different from from the concept of Christianity that I had basically developed on my own. What was that? What was that concept of Christianity? When I read the Bible, and when I read the words of Jesus Christ, I came to the conclusion that God and Jesus Christ are very serious about obedience to God's law. It's not optional. It's not something we do because we're thankful to God. God gave us the law, and I think the law is good. The moral law, especially about how we treat it, God made it clear, as far as I was concerned, that we have to obey God's law. God's really serious about that, really thinks it's important, and it's something that is absolutely necessary. When I went into church, what I heard was actually the complete opposite. I heard them preaching about how we are not justified by the law. We are not beholden to this horrible burden of the curse of the law. Okay. So at that time, I became very confused. I was like, this is not at all what I thought Christianity was. I thought Christianity was about following the 10 Commandments, doing good works. When we die, we'll get judged by the good works that we did and how well and faithfully we obeyed God's law. But what I was hearing in the church institutions was something completely different. Okay, it was actually the complete opposite of that. So I began to investigate why there was such a big difference between what I had thought Christianity was and what I was being taught in the churches. What I found was, Kanisha, that the church institutions actually weren't focusing on what Jesus taught. Okay, they had, unfortunately, and this is just my determination, they were quoting Pauline epistles and things like that. So the question that arose was how can this all be reconciled? That was the big question for me. And there are people who attempt to do it, and they are satisfied with those explanations. And I've seen you do it on your own channel a couple weeks ago, or maybe not even a couple weeks ago, where you hosted a panel about whether people should obey the law or not. This is, I think, one of the most important questions that exists. And I think when you listen to Jesus alone, if you were to just have Jesus and the prophets, I don't think there would be any question. The question arises when you start trying to incorporate Paul into everything and try to harmonize Paul with what Jesus taught. That's where the difficulty arises. And there are absolutely those who take Paul and say that he, as a result of Paul's theology in his epistles, the entire law of God has been thrown out and has been replaced by faith in Christ alone as your Savior, which I think is a very dangerous idea. Now, the question is, Kanisha, I don't know if you're even still listening to me. The question, but whoever may be listening to me out there, the question is, are those people correct? Is that really what Paul said? So this is the question. And basically, I saw an interesting debate today on the Raging Tomato channel about, is Paul a false apostle? Now, if that were to be true, it would not invalidate Christianity. It would not. It would not falsify Christianity. It would falsify the version of Christianity that's being taught today. But Christ would still stand. Christ would absolutely still stand. I am not, so there's that. I do want to say one other thing before I open up the panel. And again, anyone's welcome to join. Let me see. I'm going to try to get caught up in the chat here. Jesus was, he told his followers not to listen to prophets coming in his name because Jesus already told his followers everything. Paul exactly what, yeah. Holy Spirit does not lie. Okay. Andy and Jeremy are having an interesting discussion. All right, let me say this. This was a debate that was on the Standing for Truth YouTube channel. What is the best exegesis of Matthew 7? See, okay, sorry, I just froze there for a second like a broken robot. I was actually, a lot of you know this already. I debated on Standing for Truth YouTube channel. If you go back to, I had two debates on Standing for Truth YouTube channel. I debated in October of last year on the deity of Christ. I debated Praise I Am. Personally, I think I did extremely well. I think well, again, I'm going to be biased, but I think I totally destroyed Praise I Am and his entire argument and belief system. Then I debated in November against this guy on the right here, Charles from Layman Seminary. I debated the question, is justification by faith alone? And I argued that no, it's not. It requires good works and it requires obedience to God's law. I did post a comment down here. I wanted to review this a little bit. See, I see Charles here. And again, I'll open the panel in about 5 minutes. I'm going to set 5 minutes as the time where I'm going to open up the panel. Matthew 7. We go to Matthew 7. The question is, specifically, there's a lot in Matthew 7 that could be debated, but really, this is the part that was mainly discussed. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven will enter. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name cast out demons, and in your name perform many miracles? And then I will declare them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. Now, as part of Charles's opening statement, he went to Matthew 5. And there was just one thing he said. When he reads Matthew 5:19, he's a free gracer. So what he did, he read Matthew 5:19, which says the following. Whoever then annuls one of the least of these commandments and then teaches others to do the same shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever keeps and teaches them, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Now, what the antinomians will do, now the antinomians are people who are against God's law, but who are within Christianity, who consider themselves Christians. The antinomians are Christians who believe that the law is done away with and that it is really in no way to be viewed as part of the Christian experience. What the antinomians will do with this verse is they will say the following. When it says, whoever then annuls one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. What they will say is, you see, the people who annul God's commandment, they're still in the kingdom of heaven. It's just that they're the least in the kingdom of heaven. So even people who break God's law and basically teach against it are still in the kingdom of heaven, which I guess if you don't like to follow God's law is a very comforting thought, that you can disobey God's law, teach it doesn't exist, and still go to heaven. The problem is, I really don't believe that's what it's saying. And I think there's a much better interpretation. And I put it in a comment. See, right here, this is what I wrote. Charles, regarding his opening statement, Matthew 5:19 is not saying that those who annul God's law are in the kingdom of heaven. What it is saying is that people already inhabiting the kingdom of heaven are calling the lawless ones who are still outside the kingdom least as an insult. We know this must be the correct interpretation because in the very next verse, Matthew 5:20, Jesus says that no one will enter the kingdom of heaven without sufficient righteousness. So it will be self-contradictory for Jesus to say that an unrighteous person is already in the kingdom of heaven, and the very next sentence announces a condition which disqualifies them from entering the kingdom of heaven. Many people misinterpret Matthew 5:19 in the same way that Charles does, and while it is technically a valid interpretation based on the language, the interpretation I valid is also logically valid and makes way more sense. Hope this helps. So let's go back quickly. I think that interpretation makes a lot more sense. What is being said here is not that the people who annul God's law are in heaven. What it is saying is that the people who are in the kingdom of heaven are calling them least as an insult. They are not the least people in the kingdom of heaven. No, they are being called least by the people in the kingdom of heaven. And the people who keep God's law are being called great by the people who are in the kingdom of heaven. And I think that interpretation makes a lot more sense. Now, you can go to the debate. Layman did respond from his chatbot. So so he has this chatbot that he calls Super Layman GPT-5, and I guess he uses it to analyze theology, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that, as long as you don't just blindly accept everything it says. I'm not going to go through that just because time doesn't permit. But I do point it out that he has responded, so it's not like he's just ignoring me. All right. Okay. I'm going to post the link now. And if people want to join, they're free to do so. We can talk about what I've already discussed, or we can go in a different direction. Okay. All right, so the link should be posted and pinned. If people want to talk about what I've already discussed, they're free to do that. If people want to talk about basically any of the topics I put in the title, which is, the things we usually discuss on this channel: God, the existence of God, religion, whether it's, true or not, whether it's good or not. Obviously, we've been discussing Christianity. We can continue to talk about that. Or we can go in other areas. In the meantime, looks like Andy and I want to review this conversation until someone joins. All right, yeah. So we reviewed. This is an interesting debate. I thought it was an interesting debate. I didn't agree with either person personally, but I did comment on it, and I thought it was interesting. Let's see here. I can just continue reviewing my thoughts on theology if people don't want to join, but let's see. Okay. Jeremy. Jesus explicitly told his followers to not listen to prophets coming in his name because Jesus already told his followers. Paul exactly what Jesus warned his followers about. Jeremy responds, I strongly disagree. The Holy Spirit does not lie. The Holy Spirit didn't. Andy responds, the Holy Spirit didn't write it. Paul did. Correct. Yeah, the presupposition is that the Holy Spirit wrote Paul's letters for him, which is unjustified. True. Paul is filled with the Holy Spirit and doesn't lie. Okay, what's the basis for believing that, Jeremy? Right, but the Holy Spirit didn't claim to fill Paul with the Holy Spirit. Paul made that claim. You're basically saying Paul is telling the truth because Paul said so. Exactly, it's circular reasoning. Jesus said that the laws of the Torah were in effect until heaven and earth were destroyed. Paul said the laws didn't apply anymore. Those two claims are irreconcilable. Why would you say don't listen to them? I already told you everything, and then meet up with one single man alone and give him new info? That makes no sense at all and directly opposed what Jesus said to his followers. That would literally be disobeying Jesus by following Paul. Ananias told Paul this: we do not need the 613 laws. That's why we should receive the Holy Spirit. Then the 10 will be written in our minds and hearts. That's the opposite of what Jesus said. That's my whole point. Jesus said the laws were to remain untouched until judgment day. Right? Being born again should be your first priority, not the Torah. if you're comfortable disobeying Jesus for a Pharisee with Roman citizen that persecuted Jesus' followers, you go right ahead. Yeah, right. Seems to me like you're just refusing to reject Paul because in the Bible rather than just listening to what Jesus said. Take a look at the views of the Ebionites. They were an early Christian sect that was most closely aligned with Jesus' teaching. They also rejected Paul. So I'm going to have to give the W to Andy here, which, is unfortunate. I mean, I shouldn't say it that way, which is interesting because Andy is a skeptic of Christianity, a pretty strong one. So it's, as a Christian I myself, I would like to see the Christians, making the better case for what they believe. But everything Andy said made a lot more sense to me there than what Jeremy was saying. Now, if Jeremy wants to defend what he's saying, I'm not sure if he's even still here at this point. He's welcome to do so. And again, I have posted the link for people who are interested in joining and having a discussion. Could be about the things we've already discussed, could be about something else. I'm not seeing some of the people who were here earlier interacting anymore, so it makes me think that they might have left, which makes me think that the path forward may be for me to just continue to expound my ideas and explain my perspective. But I didn't start the stream to do that. I started the stream so that if other people wanted to interact, they could do that as well. And they could kind of pose questions or kind of direct the line of inquiry as they see fit. Some did leave. Yeah, that's unfortunate. All I can do, Walter, is just speak my perspective, and if people don't want to listen, they're not obligated to. But I do see my perspective as being, well, I guess everyone thinks this, but my perspective as being important in the restoration of Christianity. Because contrary to what many people have alleged against me, that my purpose is to subvert Christianity, that's actually not the case. I want to see Christianity grow and be strong. I just want it to be the Christianity that Jesus intended. And that is not at all the Christianity that I'm seeing today. I think that greetings. Oh, we got Heaven's Windsong in the chat. Greetings, but I do wonder what people are considering and think about what is going on in the Middle East right now and the war between Iran and the United States and Israel. Well, feel free to, that could be a potential, again, this is an open discussion, and so far, no one has taken the mantle to direct the conversation. So if you want to go in that direction, Nancy, that is certainly a path we could take. We could go in more of a geopolitical direction. I wasn't intending for that to be the case, but if no one wants to talk about theology and God, then we got to talk about something, right? So, yeah, I will give my thoughts on that. This, I will say at the beginning, politics in general is very controversial. And it is the two things that get people's emotions rising faster than anything else are obviously politics and religion. And a lot of times the two spheres kind of intermix with each other in a person's thinking. A lot of times our political views are strongly influenced by our religious thoughts, and our religious thoughts can also be influenced by what we think about politics and what we see going on in the political realm. So I understand that people are going to have their emotions about these things, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually normal because people should care about these things. Because, in my opinion, if you don't care about politics, it means you don't care about people. And you really don't care at all. Politics, for me, politics isn't about like Republican versus Democrat and which party is the best. Politics for me is who are the people who are running our country? Right. It's not about politics. It's about what's going on in the world and is this good for us? I agree, Nancy. It's not about politics. Andy thinks, I personally think that Trump is supporting Israel out of desperation to maintain his Judeo-Christian voter base. Trump has never cared about the Bible and never will. That's a really interesting take. I personally don't see it that way. I don't see this makes it. I actually think, and I'm willing to be proven. I may be wrong. I may be wrong, but I actually do believe Trump strongly believes that what he's doing is the right thing to do for the world. It's not a political calculation. It has nothing to do with personal power. I actually do think that Trump believes attacking and bombing Iran is the right thing to do. And it is justified on its merits. I think that's what's going on in Trump's mind. I don't think he's like trying to appease his base or anything. And the reason I think that is because if anyone's been paying attention, the Iran war has very sharply divided the Trump base, and predictably so. Um, well, Iran is a different conversation, but the whole idea is that the reason Trump is doing this is to appease Iran. I'll try for the first time to get into this discussion. I don't know if my phone will handle it, but I will try. Yeah, and again, if you want to continue participating from the chat, Nancy, that's fine. I will continue to entertain your ideas. I have no doubt. I know what your opinion is, Nancy. Your opinion is that Trump's gone off the rails. He's doing something incredibly evil for Israel, and it's basically insane. Something along those lines, if I'm not mistaken. I support Trump attacking Iran for. Oh, that's interesting as well. Okay, Nancy, New Genesis. I see you in the back, but like many times before, it's telling me that you're having some sort of connection problem. I can't bring you on the stage because the message I'm specifically getting is device not connected. I don't know what that means or how you can fix it, but it will not allow me to bring you onto the stage for that reason. So I just want to put that out there. I would like to talk to you about this, Nancy, and hear your thoughts, because I know you're an intelligent individual, and you and me think alike on a lot of things, but we also have our disagreements. And I'd be interested to hear. I'll try my computer. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Try with my computer. My opinion on the Iran war is this, and we're going back to this comment right here. What is going on in the Middle East right now, the war between Iran? My opinion is that the Iran war has been a giant debacle. Even though I've stated on this channel multiple times that I voted for Trump, and that I have defended him in various at various times on this channel and also elsewhere. Okay, we got Andy. Hey, how you doing, Andy?
Hello, sir. I'm doing good.
Good. I want you to be able to introduce yourself and give your thoughts as well, obviously. But I was in the middle of kind of explaining my perspective on the Iran war. And again,
Go ahead.
I wasn't really planning. Yeah, I wasn't really planning to go into geopolitics, but since no one is discussing anything else, like this is a perfectly fine discussion. It's pretty important, so that's also it's very relevant to what's going on right now. My opinion is this: I think that Trump did, in some ways, betray his voter base by going into this Iran conflict, and I think that also this, as someone who supports the Constitution and believes the Constitution is a document for good that promotes the good and does what's and is a document that should be followed by all of our leaders. I believe that the Iran war is unconstitutional. So that is a huge problem because the Constitution states that a president cannot unilaterally declare war. A war must be declared by Congress. That's just straight up in the Constitution. By by now, okay, we have Nancy. Hey, Nancy, are you there? Are you there, Nancy? I can't hear you if you're saying anything. Okay,
Can
it
you
looks
hear
like
me now?
Nancy has.
Oh, I just heard her.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it sounds like you're like a million miles away from your computer. Is there any way you can turn the volume a little bit?
Okay, it might be my microphone. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn up my
It sound
volume. Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
it sounds like you're kind of like a little bit. You kind of sound like a disembodied voice coming from it sounds like one of those things where it's like you're hearing a voice, but where's it coming from? It kind of sounds like that, but it's fine.
I'm a disembodied spirit, for crying out loud.
Yeah, disembodied. You sound like a disembodied spirit speaking from heaven. Really, it sounds kind of heavenly, actually.
Oh,
It's
good.
not.
That will encourage you.
But yeah, let me try to wrap up my thoughts in the next minute here because I have been going on, and since we have other people on the panel, I do want to allow you to express yourselves. My opinion, basically, on this is that Trump has made a mistake with this. Now, do I regret voting for Trump? Absolutely not, because I do think the Democrats are they would actually destroy the country. But I will say and finish that I am disappointed in Trump. I wish he had never done this, and I would like to see the Iran war end as quickly as possible. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go in order of how people joined. So Andy, take a couple minutes to introduce yourself and express your thoughts. Currently, we're going to be talking about the Iran war, but later we can maybe move to other topics as the conversation moves along. So Andy, go
Hello.
ahead.
My name is Andy. I'm a Bible enthusiast, ancient Near East enthusiast. On the Iran war, I would agree with what Anthony was just saying. I think it was unconstitutional for Trump to engage in the Iran conflict, even though it was unconstitutional, though, and I am a very large supporter of the Constitution. I support Trump's actions in attacking Iran because Iran has illegally hid nukes from the agreement that it made with the United Nations since 2006 and has openly sworn to retaliate against the United States and bring destruction upon us. So when you combine the fact that they're harboring likely thousands of nukes and swearing to annihilate the United States, I don't really care if Congress approved of it or not. We need to move in and take that away from them before they attack us. That's really all I have to say about that.
All right, thank you for those thoughts, Andy. What about you, Nancy? You were the next person to join. Andy looks like he's expressed his opinion, so feel free to go ahead and go ahead and Nancy, tell us what you think.
Well, I completely disagree with Andy not because I'm disagreeing with Andy because there's no prejudice here, but it's not allegedly. Iran has never had any type of a confrontation that they had pursued any aggression with any country in the world with over the last 300 years. And the entire situation that has happened in the Middle East has been a progression of issues going on when Israel has attacked Iran continually over the last 70 years or more. And when Israel came into Palestine or Israel or whatever, Israel, I mean, they came into the nation of Palestine and they took over the nation. Oh, here, let me calm down here for a second because I'm thinking 50,000 thoughts in 1 minute in my mind. Is that Iran has not done anything to Israel. They have done nothing to any other nation. They had a war with Iraq probably 12 years ago or so, where there was instigation coming between one another. But this entire war was instigated by Israel and the United States. And it's like, what the hell is going on with Gaza? I mean, they completely you and I have had this conversation in emails, and Israel has completely obliterated Gaza. They have completely destroyed that country. It's been a Holocaust, and now they're attacking not only Gaza but the Palestinians in the Western Bank, and now they have attacked Lebanon and it just keeps excelling and excelling. They've drawn the United States into this war, and whether people want to believe it or not, there are lives of United States soldiers being lost right now in a Holocaust that's going across where, I mean, Iran is, in my opinion, and it's not just my opinion, there's many analytical, geopolitical analysts that have gone around the world and are observing this entire thing, saying that, it's like Iran is completely destroying because of retaliation against, attacks between Israel and the United States. They have completely obliterated almost every single American base in that is the United States or that is an Arab country that has supported the United States. They have completely destroyed those United States bases all across, the Middle East. Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and even they've attacked Oman because they have supported the United States. And Iran is completely within their right to defend themselves, but the United States is like, oh no, we control this, Hormuz Canal. Not Hormuz Canal, it's not a canal, a Strait of Hormuz. What the reality is that between the narrowest point in the Strait of Hormuz is between the country of Oman, which is on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz, and on the right side of the Strait of Hormuz is Iran. This particular strait is only 24 kilometers wide. And so traditionally, when you have a country out there, and we have in the United States, it's like 12 kilometer miles that extend beyond our border, that, we have the right to say, if you come into this particular border, we have the right to attack you. Well, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, we have a 12 kilometer strait between Oman and Iran. They overlap each other in the middle of that. And Oman and and Iran have agreed that nobody crosses that strait because it's their particular border. And so we have this contention going on. And then we sign this order of, understanding between whatever. And one of the first things on the top of this order of understanding it's not an order, it's an agreement of understanding between Iran and the United States and Israel, and not even Israel, because Israel is a passive person here, is that, number one, Iran said, if you continue to bomb Lebanon, we disagree. What did Israel do? They continued to bomb Lebanon. Why? Because they feel like they want to take over that property. So, here we go again. There was no agreement right from the very beginning. And the propaganda that is going on in the United States between the news medias that are just repeating and regurgitating the same thing, that Iran did this, Iran did that. Iran did not initiate any type of aggression toward Israel or the United States or any other vessels until they themselves were attacked. And that's going to leave that right now.
All right, Nancy. You certainly gave us a lot to think about there. But out of fairness to our other guests, I do want to complete, everyone having. And I'm going to mute you, Nancy, just because there's kind of some background noise. That's all I wanted to do. You can unmute yourself a little bit later. But out of fairness to our other guests, I do want to give everyone a chance to give some opening thoughts. Jeremy, you were in the chat. We were not talking about Iran and the Middle East at that time, but that is the current discussion. Like I told Andy, later on, we can maybe shift to something else. So right now, maybe introduce yourself and give yourself some thoughts. And if you do have some thoughts about something other than the Middle East, you can put that out there. But again, we're probably going to have to shelve that until later. Just depends on how things go. But go ahead, Jeremy.
Totally understand. How y'all doing? Hey, I'm just a Bible believer, and a born again Bible believer. The things that are going on in Iran are all biblical. As we were told, these things would happen, and the Bible backs it up. A lot of things that Nancy said, on point, totally. But it's a lot of moving parts, especially dealing with history. So if you're not aware of the start of like the United Nations, and Lucifer Trust or Lucifer Publishing, Alice Bailey, if you're not aware of these people and you're not aware of their affiliations, then a lot of things might go kind of over your head, because we're dealing with alliances, is that's what we're dealing with. So I just wanted to read a portion of scripture real quick, because Iran is the Medes in the Bible. So in Jeremiah 51, in verse 9, it says, "We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go, everyone to his own country. For her judgment reaches to heaven and is lifted up to the skies. As the Lord has revealed our righteousness, come and let us declare in Zion of the work of the Lord our God. Is make the arrows bright, gather the shields. The Lord has raised up the spirit of the king of the Medes, for his plan is against Babylon to destroy it, and because it is the vengeance of the Lord and the vengeance for his temple." So Iran is the Medes. It is the Persians, So this is going to happen. There is no going backward. Um, so is we were told to prepare, and to prepare for the harvest. Is we're just not appointed to God's wrath, but the same way, and with the children of Israel in Egypt, is they were around during the 10 plagues, and we will be around. Some people will be around for this great tribulation. So I'll end there. I yield.
All right, Jeremy, I appreciate that. And Jill has joined the channel. So Jill, we're talking about Iran. I know that you're someone who usually discusses theology, but right now, as I've already stated, we're kind of on the Iran conflict. So if you want to give your thoughts on that, and if you do have other ideas, you can express them, but we'll just have to talk about them a little bit later. Go ahead.
Well, thanks for having me back. I don't really have much to say about Iran. I mean, or any of the Muslim countries. I pretty much been convinced that they're all basically believe the same things about the West, about Israel. Israel represents Western domination in the Middle East, so they are the colonizers. Everything they say about white Republicans in America. Israel has been the victim of those types of attacks for centuries now. In fact, their current supreme leader, the Ayatollah, rejects any recognition of Israel, and opposition to Israel is part of Iran's identity. So Islam is influencing not only Iran, but most of those countries in that region. And the problem is Islam. So until we get rid of Islam, we're not going to get rid of this problem, simply put. So that's just my stance.
All right. Very interesting thoughts. Well, here's the thing. I don't know who wants to take the lead here, but so much was said. I obviously have my thoughts, but I kind of, as an open discussion, want other people to be able to defend their views. So if anyone said something that they strongly want to discuss and point out as far as this, and again, we don't have to talk about this all night. And I personally, even though it's a very important discussion, I'm not sure I want to do that myself. But I certainly, since it was brought up as a point of discussion, we can go forward for a little bit. Did anyone hear anything that said that they think should be strongly opposed or objected to, they can go ahead and make their case.
The only go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I was just waiting to see if anyone was gonna take act. Go ahead.
Oh, well, the only thing I was just gonna say is with the Islam thing, right? A lot of these are just shell games. That's all it is. So when we look at the Islam, we can go back to the prophecy that was given to Hagar about Ishmael. It's in Genesis 16, verse 11. It says, "And the angel of the Lord said to her, says, Behold, you are with child, and you shall bear a son. He shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. He shall be a wild man. His hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren." So a lot of this, I mean, it's just the Bible being fulfilled, but a lot of it is a shell game because we understand that Satan uses deception and he uses little pieces, to fulfill his agenda, So it's they're just against Jesus Christ, but he's just using them. You know what I mean? So I yield there.
If I could jump in for a second here, because it's like, okay, where am I? Going back and forth between open discussion. Basically, I don't know how knowledgeable the people are in this particular stream as far as who Israel is. And they don't know the history of how Israel became a nation. And maybe Jeremiah or one of these people understand this, but we're looking at a nation that was created in 1947 that claims that they are the true Israel. But I mean, I'm going to probably tick off everybody that really believes that they're even like an evangelical, Christian or something like that. But we have a bunch of imposters here that have come into that nation, and it's not like I'm the first person that's announcing this. This is like all over the internet. People understand this, and they're enraged because Israel is claiming that they are a nation and they are the chosen people, and all of the evangelical Christians across the world right now, not across the world, but in the United States, are like, well, we support Israel. And even like, what's his name, Cruz, the senator or whatever, he's saying that, well, God said, I will bless those that bless Israel, and I will curse those that curse Israel. But God in Deuteronomy, or whatever, I mean, it's back in the Torah, was saying this. He was saying this to Abraham. Is like, all right, I will bless those that bless you, and I will curse those that curse you. But this is not where we're at right now. We're like, not even 2,000, it's like 2,500 years, 3,000 years later that, we're sitting here in a situation that does not apply. That nation of Israel that developed themselves in the Balfour Agreement back in 1917 or whatever, that they said, oh, okay, we're going to go and look at Israel right now, and we're going to go and make them a nation. And actually, oh gosh, I don't even know how to go. I don't know what this audience is understanding of. But we had a whole group of people that were converted to Judaism by the Spanish Jews that went over into the Khazarian Empire and converted these people, and they all of a sudden took over Judaism. And I mean, you could look every single detail of what I'm telling you up on the internet, and they're going to go and give you, oh, this is debunked, this is bullshit, this is this, and this is that. But on the other hand, we're going to find out that the European Jews were converts of Judaism by the Khazars back around 6 to 700 AD. And they decided that, oh, we're going to go and evaluate three particular religious denominations. And they evaluated Judaism, they evaluated Islam, and they evaluated Christianity. They said, we're going to convert to Judaism. So all of these people over there in, that particular area, the Khazars, they converted to Christianity. And this might be the first time for anybody that hears this on this particular, including you, Anthony, is that this is written in history. This is not a joke. They converted to Judaism, and then they turned around and they went into the western part, of Europe. And then they turned around and started controlling Europe. And this is where the Balfour Agreement came into effect around in the early 1900s. And England decided that they were going to allow these people to go and have a country or establish their environment in Israel, because at that point in time, England owned part of Israel or something of that nature. So here we are now, back in this whole situation, and Israel took over, and they went in 1948, 1947, or what, I guess it was 1947, they were, the United Nations said, okay, you can go back to your homeland. These people were not even Israelites. They were Khazars, and they infiltrated Israel. And I mean, everybody's gonna, if you don't understand it, if nobody stands me up here, they're not gonna if nobody knows the history of this, I'm gonna look like a total idiot. Because if you don't understand it, if you haven't got your history down fact, you're gonna think you're crazy. But this is what happened. And now we're in the situation where Jesus said, oh, how did he say in Revelation
2:9 and 3:9?
Yeah, right.
Everything you're saying, Nancy, is total facts.
Right.
I agree with everything that you're saying.
Thank you, Jeremy.
I just did a whole I have a YouTube channel. I just did a whole week's worth of information on everything you just said.
Well, I've known this for not 100 years, because I don't mean to look like a young woman or anything. I'm 70 years old.
Right.
And it's like, all right, my mother taught me this when I was a little girl, when I was 4 years old, and I keep the Sabbath and I do all these things, and I don't believe in Paul and all this other stuff, like A's philosophy doesn't believe in Paul. But anyhow, it's like, all right, we're being fooled. The whole world is being fooled, and Israel has taken over our nation. They have infiltrated our White House, our Senate, our Congress, and Trump is being drugged by the nose to go and take over Iran. I don't agree with Iranian issues when it comes to women and their it's like, all right, somebody already discussed the fact that in the Torah that between Ishmael and Isaac, that they would be fighting all the time, and that Ishmael would be a warring nation between each other, and they have fulfilled that that not philosophy but prophecy.
See, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I think this is I'm interested to hear how you and Jeremy respond to this comment. So I will admit, I'm not as familiar with the history of which exact ethnic group of people occupied Israel after World War II and as part of that UN movement. But according to Axiom, England owned all of Palestine, just to be clear, not part of it, and a lot of Jews bought land. It wasn't all forcefully taken. So, how do you feel about that? Would you agree?
Are you asking me?
I am you and Jeremy, because you and Jeremy seem to be on the page as far as this idea of Israel and kind of the problems you see with how it was established. So, do you
Well,
think this is, kind of invalidates some of what you were saying?
I am not an expert on exactly the details of the Balfour Declaration, but I do know and I understand that it was, I think, back in 1917 or whatever, that they agreed on the Balfour Declaration, that they were trying to get, unanimous votes or whatever, and it didn't happen until 1948, that Israel, as claimed, after the Holocaust and everything in Germany, that they were a true bona fide, they inherited the land of Israel. And that it goes exactly against what Deuteronomy says, or, the Torah. The Torah is the first 5 books of the Old Testament. That's called, and the Torah is actually referred to as the law. Everything else after that was the prophets and the writings. So the Torah is the bona fide, writings of the law.
So let me ask you a question. And again, I totally admit I'm coming at this from a perspective where this isn't something I've studied. I'm just kind of asking genuinely. It seems to me your problem isn't so much the existence of Israel, but the fact that the people who occupy Israel aren't true Jews. Is that your problem, or is it just?
It's not my problem. It's the world problem, because it's like evangelicals and people all over the world, Britain and everybody else. They're like, oh my God, they have laws written all across Europe right now. If you oppose anything that has to do with Judaism, you're called anti-Semitic, and you're going to go not just to hell. It's like they are going to imprison you for life. And this is happening across the world, and especially within the United States right now, because there have been laws that have been signed in that say if you oppose Israel, you are absolutely going to go to prison. And
they're called the Noahide laws.
Noahide laws, exactly.
Yes, because they were signed in on March 26, 1991 by George H.W. Bush, and they said it was to honor the Rebbe Mendel Menachem Schneerson.
Right, exactly. And I mean,
yep. So just real quick, I will say in dealing with the Balfour Declaration, it started by Mayor Amsel Rothschild, or his name was Bauer. He had a symbol called the red shield, because the red shield was the Star of Renfin, because they told us it was the Star of David, because David didn't have a star. It was the star. It was the Star of Renfin. It is a witchcraft symbol. So we understand that the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, they are Luciferians. Okay, so the Bible tells us that Satan has a seed. He has a people. So this is why they kicked the Palestinians out. Is they kicked them out of Israel because
I'm just curious, guys, but are you guys saying that Satan brought Israel back to their land?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay. What are you saying?
It's a deception.
So what I'm saying is that it was prophesied for this to happen. That's what it was.
God prophesied that he was going to take like 2 individual nations that have been busted up and cast throughout all of the nations of the world. And he was going to let them go 2,000 years and then bring them back home as one nation. And that sounds like the fulfillment of prophecy to me.
I have an interjection, Eric.
Well, I'm just wondering, don't you guys view that as fulfillment of his prophecies?
Well, the fulfillment isn't over yet, because
in
Ezekiel Okay, so in Ezekiel chapter 7, this is an end times prophecy where it's talking about, I'll just read the first two verses. Moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, and you, son of man, thus says the Lord God to the land of Israel, an end. The end has come upon the four corners of the land. So it's going to be an end of it. Is you can't be God's chosen people is when you don't follow his commands. So over and over and over again, these Israelites is they followed after other gods. Okay.
right?
So
And didn't God say He was
hold
going
on,
to
hold on, just 1 second.
bring them back in, though?
Hold on. Is you can't, he's not going to bring back in people who disobeyed. Is you still have to follow him. So what these people did is this is where the Babylonian Talmud comes from. Is they came up with their own laws and their man-made traditions. After the Babylonian captivity in 586 BC. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
this is why you have the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is a man-made court system by their own laws. So this is why when we look at the same people who were supposed to be God's chosen people,
How does any of this change the fact that God brought these people back to their own land?
I have an interjection to make, if anybody can just sort of.
Well, hold on, Nancy. All right, let's do it this way. Eric asked the question to Jeremy, so let him respond, and then Nancy, you can go after Jeremy responds to that question.
Hey, really quick, I have to jump down. I apologize. I'll talk to you another time. Thanks for having me on.
All right, it was good to see you, Annie. Thank you for joining. Maybe next time we'll get to topics. I know this isn't your anyways, you're welcome back. Let's put it that way. All right, go
Have a good
ahead.
one, Andy.
All
And
right,
by the
take
way,
care.
thank you, guys. Philosophy.
okay, so my question, so I have to ask a clarifying question. Is what biblical example are you using saying that he's going to bring these people back to a land?
Okay, now are you asking me a question?
A clarifying question, because you said that God is going to bring the people back into the land, right?
Right, Ezekiel. You know Ezekiel's prophecies, right?
I know the majority of them, yes.
Okay, well, he says that.
So
He
go ahead, go ahead.
says he tells Ezekiel. Of course, by this time, Israel is busted into two nations. You have Judah and Israel, and so not just one nation. And that's when he tells Ezekiel to sit down and take two broken sticks and turn them into one stick. And this is going to be Israel returning back to her homeland as a single nation. It said that God is going to sprinkle her throughout all nations of the world. And then at the end of days, when time is wrapping up, that we know that there's a time for the Gentiles, and there's a time when the Jews are going to be wrapped back in. God tells us both of these things, and we tell them. We see that at the end of times, God is going to bring her back into her nation, bring back to her land as one nation, just one single nation.
Right.
And
So
right, so
is talking
Israel
about,
is
yeah, it's talking
Israel is
about born again believers. It's
no,
not.
no, no,
So
no, no, no,
hold
no, no,
on.
no, 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 no. He's talking about Israel.
Okay.
He's
So
talking about bringing the
can we
Jews.
have this conversation, or you
Well,
just like,
I
yeah, let's
thought you
have the
wanted me to
conversation.
flesh this out. You were asking me the question.
All right, yeah, let's hold on. Eric, you made a claim. Let's so just let Jeremy respond quickly, but also both you be respectful of each other's time. So Jeremy, go ahead.
So because you're talking about the end times, which I do agree, but it's not. It's dealing with spiritual things because this is all a part of the new covenant. So yes, he does say these things in Ezekiel 37 about Judah, and it says Ephraim and the tribes of Judah. Yes, he does say that, but this is not talking about ethnic people. No, it's not. I yield there.
Uh, what do you mean this is not talking about ethnic people? He's talking about bringing Israel back home.
Okay.
Now, what happened in May 14th, 1948? That's when they started to move to open the doors for all of these other nations to allow Israel, those that were captive Jews, Israelis, to come back to their homeland. That's exactly what happened.
It was
And
never their homeland to begin with.
how
And
do you
that's
figure that?
okay. So it was never their homeland because even in dealing with Ezekiel, okay? So the reason why the Israelites went into captivity is because they did not obey carefully the words of God.
What do you mean it was never their homeland?
Okay. So when God through Joshua gave them the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, okay? He gave them that land. It was contingent on a covenant, okay? You can only be a people when you have a land. Is they went into captivity. They didn't have a land anymore. Is they didn't have a home to go to. They did not. So this was done fraudulently in as in the Balfour Declaration. This is why the deception is so deep. It's because is they went against what God said and they did it a man-made type of way. That's what they did. So you kick a people out, as in the Palestinians, to put these fake Jews in where Jesus told us himself in Revelations 2:9 and Revelations
What do
3:9.
you mean by fake Jews?
So what I mean by fake Jews is these people are claiming to have a superiority over people is when they don't even have it anymore because number one, it's not even about a bloodline anymore. Paul told us that you are not a Jew outwardly, you are a Jew inwardly. So it's by the spirit. It's not by
You know, you really. I'm sorry, but you really seem to be naive when
I'm
it
not.
comes to
Please
when it
believe it,
comes
I'm not.
when it comes to understanding what Israel even is. You say Israel is a bloodline. Well, don't you realize that when they left on the Exodus, that a bunch of Ethiopians and a bunch of Egyptians left with them and joined themselves? Don't you know? It's just the line of Jesus himself. Don't you know? Do you know how many prostitutes from other nations are in the bloodline of Jesus himself?
Prostitutes of other
That
nations. Okay.
yeah.
So
You don't know
I am
that?
aware. I am aware, but I'm saying that these fake Jews say that
Well,
they have the
hold on.
bloodline. So
How do you say they're fake Jews when
I'm saying that
anybody
because
anybody that wants to join themselves to the nation of Israel has been able to from the time of Abraham?
okay.
People that want to join up and serve their God can join up and serve their God, and they're as much Jew as anybody before or after them.
And so are you aware that Abraham was not an Israelite? Are you aware
Abraham,
of that?
Israel wasn't even around when.
Exactly. Exactly.
What point is that?
So when we okay, so the point of that is when we go back to the scripture that most evangelicals use to manipulate people, as in
Aye,
Genesis
aye.
chapter 12, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. This is from Abraham. So, Abraham, it clearly says, I believe it's in Galatians chapter 3, because I don't think this would be kind of argued against. But in Galatians chapter 3, I believe, where it tells us about Abraham, it says in verse 16, 3 and 16, now to Abraham and his seed is where the promise is made. He does not say, and to seeds as of many, but as of one, and to your seed, who is Christ. And this I say, that the law is which was 430 years later cannot annul the covenant that was confirmed before by God in Christ, that it should make the promise of no effect. For if the inheritance is of the law, it is no longer of promise, but God gave it to Abraham by promise. So this dealing with this, like, because these Jewish people is they follow the Torah in the Babylonian Talmud. So we see it right here that it is against Abraham in this blessing in Genesis chapter 12. It's against that. So this is what
All
makes
right,
them
let's
fraudulent.
do it this way. Jeremy, all right, so I want to do it this way. Axiom has joined the panel, and I'm sure he has thoughts. So, but Eric, I'm sure you have thoughts as well. We're going to do a good job making sure everyone can express those. Just remember what was said. Axiom, do you have anything you want to say at this point, or are you good? Just wanted to.
Yeah, so I wonder what Jeremy means when he says like real Jew, because Jeremy is right when he says that that the Jews that like the current Jews are not like the Jews that Paul talks about, that being a Jew is being one inwardly of the Spirit. But Paul doesn't say that the prior category of being Jewish like doesn't exist anymore. He just says that what it truly means to be a Jew is one who follows God spiritually, right? He still maintains that there's like this real Jewish identity, whether it be blood, right? So they're still Jewish people. They just don't follow what a true Jew would do, right? So I don't know what Jeremy means. Like, is he denying that there's like real blood Jewish people?
Well, the majority of them would not actually be gain salvation. Okay. So the ones that are even close to maybe even gaining salvation per their own definitions and what they follow would probably be the Messianic Jews and the Karaite Jews. Kariate. Okay. So you have the Sephardic ones, you have the non-religious ones, you have the ones that follow the Babylonian Talmud, you have the ones that follow the Sanhedrin, and these are man-made traditions. So this is what Jesus Christ was talking about, is when he was dealing with these Jews as in Pharisees in the Gospels. So
How does that differ from the churches?
Say that one more time.
How does that differ from the churches?
Churches where?
The churches. You got every kind of church you can imagine out here.
Okay, so
right down to churches that do gay pride parades.
Right.
Marching our children up and down the aisles.
Got you. Now I understand that. I'm not with that, because I believe in what Stephen said in Acts chapter 7, that God is not in temples made with hands.
Yeah.
So those churches, I just want to finish real quick. Those churches that you speak of are just the offshoot of the sects, as in SECTSs, of what I was just naming about these Jews. It's still the same thing.
My point is
another offshoot.
Yeah, my point is so simple. You have Messianic Jews that observe the Lord Jesus Christ as Jews, and they accept grace over the sacrifices and such. And then you have the churches that have gone the wrong ways, and you have churches that you have people within these churches that may or may not be right with God. So you've got the same problem on both sides. The problem is you can't look at one group or the other and say either group is headed for heaven as a group. That's just wrong.
I also want to jump in and say that, Jeremy, you never answered my question.
Yeah, what we're going to do is make it individually. Now I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah, Jeremy, you never answered my question. I asked you if you deny that there's like real blood DNA Jews like today. Do you deny that?
Well, I'm not. A Jew is kind of a mystery here, because
I think that was what that question was for Jeremy.
They're not just a DNA.
So I would say is they
the religion.
Okay, so I would say that, and hopefully this answers your question to the topic, like to what we're talking about. The ones that are perpetrated in the world right now, I do not believe that they are like the origin of the chosen people. Like, so if you're a Judean, From Judah, you're a Judean. If you're not a Jew, you would be a Judean if you're from Judah. So is they have kind of finagled the words a little bit. So this is why, I guess why history is
But
so
let me
important.
let me try to clear. I'm curious. So it seems to me like Axiom. Are there people who exist today who are ethnically, genetically related to the actual Jews that are spoken of in the Bible? Do you believe that any
Yes.
of those people still exist
Yeah.
anywhere?
I know.
Like, are they still out there? No, hold on. I want Jeremy to answer, and then Nancy, you can answer too if you want. But I want Jeremy. That's the question that needs to be answered. Are they
Yes,
still out there? Do genetic? Okay,
yes,
okay. They're
Okay.
just not.
Okay.
So
yes,
your problem is just that, and you just don't think that, as far as Israel is concerned, that's not those people.
right,
Israel is
like the
someone
closest
different.
people that would be the bloodline Jews would be the Palestinians that they kicked out. Is those would be the
Okay,
closest by
interesting.
bloodline.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
So why wouldn't it make sense when they kick the people out of a land?
You understand that Palestinians like migrated to that land? Like they weren't. It's not like they were like there before. Like the land was owned by the Ottomans. It was the Ottoman Empire before. So I don't know how you would say that
Well,
it's like related to Jews in any way.
I mean, the Ottoman Empire took people captive, right?
Sure, but how's that related to Jews? Like, I don't
So how is
understand.
related? Because I believe you were asking about a bloodline of Jews. So that's why I said the closest.
Yeah, but how are you getting to that? They're the closest.
When anybody wants to consider,
Nancy, Nancy, you haven't spoken in a while. Like, so what's your thought? Do you agree with Jeremy that the Palestinians who were kicked out of modern day Israel, are they the closest to what you would consider the original Jews of the Bible?
that's a good question because we don't know it, because at the same time in the prophecy, God says, woe unto, Gaza, because they were in this particular land that was not the Pharisees, but I can't get their name, the people that were the giants and everything that lived here. But at the same time, we have people that are living in Palestine that are mutually considered to be Muslims and Christians. And in West Bank, there are Christians and Muslims and Palestinians. But at the same time, when God destroyed the temple or allowed it to be destroyed, He said, He told the Jews, flee to the mountains. They were particularly Christians that fled to the mountains and were not destroyed. It was the Jews that were at that particular time that were Pharisees, Sadducees, and they controlled the temple. They stayed there and they were completely destroyed. But to this day and age, I keep harping on this over and over and over for the last 2 or 3 years, that when Jesus made a declaration, He said, I have not come but unto the lost sheep. Now, I quote unquote, lost sheep of the house of Israel. He commanded the apostles, He said, do not go to the Gentiles, do not go to the Samaritans, go only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Come, the quotation, the lost sheep hear my voice. And then we have, I think it's James or whatever, he's writing this whole apostle, it's an epistle. He says, I'm talking to the lost 10 tribes of Israel. And it's like, all right, and I think Anthony, you will understand what I'm coming from, is that basically Paul went out. I do not agree with the apostle of Paul because I do not believe he was a true apostle, that he created during the latter part of the first century and the second century, he created a new church through his epistles and all of his whatever, whoever he was. He created the Catholic Church or the Church of the Gentiles. And everybody from that time on believes, I'm a Gentile. What the hell? How in the hell can you be a Gentile when Jesus said, my voice goes to the lost sheep of the house of Israel? We that understand, I mean, I'm not saying that we couldn't have Gentile bloodline in us, but if you are one of his true people, you are going to be of the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So quit calling yourself a damn Gentile. You're not a Gentile. Gentiles are.
Well, Nancy, I respect you, but we have discussed that verse many times and how there are different interpretations of it. I understand your interpretation is not like definitely wrong, but
Trying to make a point, and I'm not degrading Gentiles.
okay, go ahead.
I'm not degrading Gentiles because all throughout the entire Old Testament, it was like, all right, Ruth was a Gentile, not Jezebel, the one that, what was her name, that invited in Jacob and Joshua. She had people, the spies come into her house and she lowered them down into a basket.
I forget who that was.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, she was a prostitute or and whatever. And she allowed, the spies to come into Israel in Joshua, and then they went and overcome Jericho. And I mean, it's like, all right, and Jesus is actually of that lineage that came.
Oh, you talking about Ruth?
Ruth? No, not Ruth. Wait, Joshua.
The girl from Nineveh.
She was a prostitute when they went into Jericho, and they were crossing over.
Yeah, Jericho.
Yeah, well, she lowered down, the two.
Rahab.
Yeah, there you go.
Prostitute.
Yep.
All right. So the unique story that comes behind all this thing is that she allowed, the Israelites to come in, and then she became part of the birth history of, Jesus. And she was married to so-and-so. And then along comes Ruth. She was a Gentile woman that Naomi, she was a daughter-in-law of Naomi, Naomi was a Jew, and they went into the land of Edom, or the Edomites or something, Amorites or the Edomites or whatever, and her two sons died. And she had two daughter-in-laws that were of those particular tribes. And so, all right, the one daughter says, well, I'm going to stay with my people and the Moabites. And then Ruth comes along. She's a Moabitess too, but she decides to go with her mother-in-law, Ruth, because she believes entirely that the God of Israel is her God too. So she comes over there, she marries Boaz, and okay, all this genealogy goes right back down to Jesus Christ, because the Gentiles at that particular time blended in and grafted into the actual tribe of Israel. And so one of the things that in the Old Testament was very well defined is the fact that if you're a Gentile and you're living in the land of Israel, you can also inherit the land because you're a Gentile and you conform to the rights of Israel. And, it's like, all right, you can do all these things, but if you want to keep the Passover, you have to be circumcised. And God in the New Testament
Go ahead.
never had a covenant with the Gentiles. He only had a covenant with Israel. So now,
But that kind of doesn't flow with the Bible because Abram was a Gentile.
Abraham
So
was not a Gentile. Abraham was
Abram, he was from the land of Ur.
no.
He was Mesopotamian.
That's nonsense. Abraham was a descendant of Shem. He was not a Gentile. There was no such thing as Gentiles back then, maybe. But Abraham was not a Gentile. Shem
Israel was of the
and Japheth. Wait a minute. Shem, Ham, and Japheth were all descendants of Noah. The only true descendant that was ever considered to be of Abraham's blood in a Hebrew or an Israelite was Shem. All of
kind of ridiculous to say that Abraham was not a Gentile.
He was not a Gentile. He lived in the land of Ur.
He was from the nations, just like everybody.
Yeah, he kind of was. Like there was no law yet. Like he did everything by faith.
Theology.
He was chosen out from among the nations.
No, he was not. He was
okay.
tribe of Shem.
Well,
All right.
Listen, guys, I just got.
You always argue with me.
I just got
Well,
one.
no, I don't want to argue about it. I mean, I don't want to argue about it. But I mean, the scripture.
Eric, I'll let you speak, Eric. I'll let you speak. Eric, it sounds like
Thank
Eric. Wait, Eric, did you say something, Eric?
Yeah, I'd like to just drop one little golden bomb here and take off for the evening. Thank you, Ace. And thank you for everybody.
Please, Anthony, please don't let him overshadow you.
I'm almost done.
No, it sounds to me like he's about to speak parting words. So that's fine if he wants to just make a parting statement. But make it quick, Eric. It can't be like a 5-minute dialogue. It's got to be something like one. Okay.
I'm just going to mention a couple of scriptures. When you have Isaiah 11 talking about bringing Israel back to their old path after being separated. When you have Ezekiel 34, Ezekiel 36, and Ezekiel 37, same thing. For I will take you from among the nations, gather you out of all the countries, and bring you back to them. And then we go 2,000 years after they we go 2,000 years, and we see them being brought back to their own country from all the nations of the world. I don't see why anybody is coming up with that, screaming and yelling at that party. God's word is true. And that even if it takes 2,000 years, he's being very long suffering and allowing a lot of time.
Yeah, Eric. Eric, one point. I think you're having audio issues, which is unfortunate. I heard a little bit of what you were trying to say, but I don't know if other people were having a hard time understanding what you were saying.
Yeah, I was having a hard time. Only thing I heard was the scripture references, but yeah, I was having a hard time.
Thank you. Well, I was just saying, I think it's a shame that more Christians just can't be jumping up and down, proclaiming this to all the world, how after 2,000 years, God's word is true. And this is a miracle that we see the Jews back in their home.
Yeah,
so,
I guess
I don't see why people can't be
so the only reason why I'm not going to jump up and down is because Jesus told us, or that we can see that God is that Satan is the God of this world. So these people.
No, I mean jumping up and down.
Hold on.
God's word is true and his prophecy.
I got you. Yeah, but God's word is true. It definitely is. So when I look at Jesus Christ, and I know that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and no man cometh to the Father except through him, that's what the word says. So when I look at these Jews who claim to be Jews, who deal with the Kabbalah, and that is demonic mysticism. And then also, they have a book called the Babylonian Talmud.
May I ask you a question?
Can I finish real quick? Because I was on mute. Just let me finish. So, if Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, okay, and if these people who worship the Babylonian Talmud and the traditions of men that Jesus Christ talked about, and instead of being at the right hand of the Father, he is boiling in hot doo-doo. That's what their book says. So this is what I'm asking you, is if their book in the Babylonian Talmud, or the Sanhedrin, I think 56a, says this about your Lord and Savior. If you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, is then how can you say that Christians should jump up and down?
Okay, so are you saying that because there are Jews that wrote the Talmud, that the bringing back of all the Jews from all the nations of the world back into their homeland, are you saying that's not fulfillment of prophecy just based on that?
It is not a fulfillment of prophecy to be jumping up and down about.
No. It is not a fulfillment of prophecy. It's not a fulfillment of prophecy to be jumping up and down about. But you mean God, after 2,000 years of preserving Israel and bringing them back to their homeland and proving that His word is true, He didn't lie to us about any of this stuff. His prophecies are coming to pass.
You're
And He
right.
made them come to pass.
I agree. It's when the Bible, John 3:27 says, a man knoweth nothing unless he receive it from above. So I think that, like, from this conversation we're having, and I think it's an honest and fruitful conversation. So just with some of the information that you may have heard tonight, that is, you could probably take this to the Lord in prayer and let Him confirm or deny.
Well, God has confirmed it to me a long time ago.
No. I'm
I've
saying
seen
that you've
this
just heard new information.
This is prophecy come to pass. And
So if you just heard new information
number
tonight.
one, the new information isn't new to
All
me.
right.
Number
Okay.
two, it doesn't
I mean, whatever you decide to let me speak against, so I can.
And I'm just
What?
feel really sad for you guys. And you can't rejoice with that you got to look at this as a negative
Well,
thing. See, God is bringing.
all right. I mean, because if I just told you that you have the majority of these Jews wanted your Lord and Savior killed, and you can read this in God's word. So if you're
That has
celebrating,
nothing to do
hold
with.
on, come on now,
That
come
has
on now.
nothing to
Just,
do. You're making excuses.
I'm not making excuses. I just want you to listen to me have a point.
You're making.
That's all, because I'm listening to you.
And this is the prophecy. And I think that's all I'm saying. And nothing, no scheme raised up this is
Yeah.
that God made these promises and He's kept them. It doesn't. See,
Well,
it doesn't matter.
All right, I did. To
it's
be
audio.
respectful to Nancy.
Yeah.
Eric. For one thing, your audio is breaking up again. I'm not sure.
Okay, guys. Well,
but,
let me just thank you. Let me just thank you, man. And I promise you that I will. You guys have a.
I'm glad you were here, Eric.
Hey, for sure. You have a great one, sir.
Take good
Thank
care.
you, Eric. That was yeah. All right. So Nancy, before Eric was about to give us. And by the way, thank you, Eric, for being here and joining and sharing your thoughts. Nancy, you were making a point, so be respectful. Nancy, what was it you were?
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I mean, I'm like a historian myself. I was a historian for some years in the military and International Guard Air Force. And basically, it's like, all right, Abraham is a direct descendant of Shem. Shem was Shem. Okay, I get it. Sometimes they say the word Seth, which was Abraham's son, not Abraham's son, but Adam's son. But Shem was the son of Abraham, not Abraham, of Noah. Shem, Ham, and Japheth were the three descendants of Noah directly off the ark that that's a flood of Noah. And Abraham was a direct genealogical descendant of Shem, and the Shemites were the Semitics that were of that lineage. And just to say that Abraham was a Gentile is ridiculous, because he was not a Gentile. He was of the tribe of Shem, and basically all of Israel out of the loins of Abraham. He was not a Gentile. It's ridiculous. I mean, you have to go back to the table of nations and in Genesis everything like that, you will understand clearly that Abraham was not a Gentile. And I've seen this over the internet for a long time myself. And I'm like, what in the heck are you talking about?
Okay.
This is ridiculous. I mean, it's like, all right, so anyhow, we go back. Now we have Abraham and all of his descendants. Isaac was, he married Rebecca.
Well, Nancy, let me ask you this. Who was the first true Jew in your mind? How long does it go back to?
There is no such thing as a Jew to begin with.
Okay, who was?
Well, I mean, it's a Hebrew.
Right,
It's not a Jew. It's a Hebrew.
All right, let me correct it. Nancy, who was the first true Hebrew that Jesus traces his lineage back to? Like, who was the first one?
I would say it goes back to Abraham because there is a lineage behind him that goes into Eber or Hebrew or Eber or something like that. But anyhow, Abraham was the first authorized, ordinated person that God chose out of all of the nations of the world that lived there that came out of Shem. And, it's like, all right, it's like back before Abraham, there were several different generations that came, but God kept eliminating until.
All right, so let me get this straight. So your argument, your belief system is that Jesus came for the lost tribes of the children of Israel.
Right.
The true Israelites. Hold on, let me just make sure I have everything correct. The lost tribes of Israel are people who can trace their heritage to being true Hebrews, and the true Hebrews can trace their lineage back to Abraham. So basically, true Christians are people who are ethnically descendant of Abraham. Is that what? Am I correct?
You pretty much, if anybody doesn't interrupt, you are pretty much exactly on target with what I believe. Now, it's not a matter of the fact that what are you? I mean, when Jesus says these words, he says, I have not come but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He's speaking about the lost 10 tribes that he divorced that were not of Levi and Judah.
All right, but Nancy, all right. So I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I understand your perspective. And is there, when you interpret what Jesus says, I have not come but for the lost tribes of Israel, but for the lost sheep of the lost tribes of Israel. I'm sorry, I'm misquoting that. But you know what I'm saying. When he says that, I think you're interpreting it in one particular way and not kind of accepting that there could be alternative interpretations which allow for people outside of that bloodline to be part of Jesus's ultimate mission.
I've tried to explain that because many people get all up in arms against me. I have nothing against the fact that everybody on the face of this planet Earth are allowed to be into now, I wouldn't say grafted in, but accepted or whatever into God's plan in the second, or the latter, covenant. I made a covenant with, not only have I made a covenant with Israel, but Jesus, when he came back, he said, I'm coming after the lost sheep of the house of Israel. They're scattered all throughout the world. I'm not claiming that I am like one of the direct descendants of Moses or some nonsense like that.
Well, Nancy, all right, so what I'm trying to,
So can I read a couple scriptures real quick?
So hold on, Jeremy. Yes, you can,
Okay.
but I want to go back and forth with Nancy just a little bit. So when Jesus teaches his message of salvation, whatever you think that is, and I know what that is because we've talked many times. Do you think that message is applicable to people who are not the lost sheep of the tribes of Israel? That's what I want to ask you.
Absolutely, but when you go back into the book of James and everything like that, of course, Gentiles were converted and everything like that, but they were given rules. You don't, sacrifices made unto idols. You don't do this. You don't do that. But it was like, all right, you're not. Jesus was after a specific goal. He made Israel the light of the nations. And Israel is not just encompassed of 10 nations. Israel was 12 companies of nations. Abraham was the father of a company of nations.
All right. Right. So my question, I guess I want to ask this is when at the end of the day, every single person on earth, regardless of their genetic lineage or descendancy, is basically capable of attaining to salvation within Christianity. They just have to basically join the covenant and do the things Jesus commanded, and they become part of that lineage. Is that your belief system?
That's the way I believe. And also,
okay.
Abraham didn't have just Sarah and Isaac. Isaac was the father of Israel. He also had, Ishmael, which is the Muslim nations. And traditionally, they still believe in Jesus. They still want to believe that he's up in heaven or whatever. And then he had Keturah. Keturah was, from her father. It's okay. I can't think of her father-in-law or whatever, but Midianite. Keturah was a Midianite, and she was also. Moses had a wife and he had children with his woman. Khadijah. No, Khadijah was. Can anybody ever remember the name of Abraham? Of Moses' first wife. It wasn't his first wife, it was his second wife. Anyhow, she was a Midianite. And all right, so when Abraham came along, Abraham had all right, I'm getting it backwards now because I'm thinking Abraham. Abraham had a wife, and she was Keturah, and she was a Midianite, and she was like of the descendant of Ishmael. Okay, and so here we are. Abraham's third wife had multiple children, wives, daughters, and sons, and whatever. And they went all over the world too. In fact, you can even trace back the fact that Keturah, Abraham's wife, him and her had children, and they migrated to the area of Yemen right now. And here we are with Yemen, and they're Muslims, but they're still of Abraham's seed. So, they are blessed too, because God said he will bless of the seed of Abraham all over the world. And in the book of Revelation, it says, a seed of Abraham is so many as the sands of the sea that you can't even count them. I'm going just back to, and I can argue this point, anybody can understand that Jesus said, I am not come but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel, because he's focusing totally on the 10 tribes of the lost sheep of Israel, which he divorced in the Old Testament because of their fornication and adultery. And then he's like coming back into Jerusalem at the time of 2,000 years ago. And now he's like, all right, I'm here with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. And
so I got you, Nancy. So to me, and I know Jeremy said he wanted to read some scriptures, which is I'm not trying to interrupt Nancy, but I think I hear what you're saying, and what I'll say is, okay, Jesus stated very clearly he's coming, but for the lost sheep of the tribe of Israel. I think there's multiple ways of understanding that. my concern is there are people who interpret that to mean salvation cannot be attained by people who are outside of the lineage, the ethnic lineage of the Jews, which I think is very problematic. But you seem to not.
That's not what I'm saying.
I understand that. But some people do say that. So I just wanted to make clear that that's not what you believe. As long as you believe that all human beings on earth are capable of salvation through Jesus Christ, based on what he taught, that at the end of the day, I don't care if they're Hebrews or Jews or Gentiles or Chinese or Mexican or what they are. At the end of the day, in Christianity, salvation is possible for all. It just depends on how you view the salvific process, which you think includes, doing Passover and getting circumcised and doing the covenant, which is fine. I think that's, probably a valid way of looking at things. I hear you, Nancy. I think at the end of the day, as long as you agree that everyone can attain to salvation, I don't have a problem with how you look at things.
That was the goal God gave to Israel. God gave them a commission. He says, you are to be the light of the nations and spread this. And let me go back to what's going on right now. Is Israel right now a light of the nations, being genocidal to the Palestinians and people in Gaza and people in Iran? Right now, in my opinion, Iran is more righteous in every respect.
Yeah, but Nancy, you gotta understand, first of all, I don't think that what Israel is doing is tied to their genetic lineage. I think it's more a response to political.
They're not Jews. If they were true descendants,
I think if they were true Jews, they'd probably be doing the same thing. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that they'd probably be declaring war on the people who are attacking them. I think they'd be defending themselves from the other Middle Eastern countries.
What you're ignoring, Anthony, is the fact the Jews at the time of Israel were not even Israelites to begin with. They were a combination of Herodians, which were Edomites, and they were a combination of Canaanites that were not Jewish. They absolutely.
Well, Nancy, let me stop you. I honestly, there are theological. I really don't care what the genetic lineage of the modern Israelites are. I don't. All I care about, I don't care what the genetic lineage of the Chinese are. I don't care what the genetic lineage of the Hopi tribe is. My question is, anytime I see anyone doing anything, is it justified based on what's happening in the world right now? And whether, to me, that has a person's genetic heritage has nothing to do with whether their current actions are justified or not. So I don't. When I ask, is the Iran war justified? Well, let me finish this. The original question, I understand. I'm going to let you speak. I just want to finish. The original question was, is the Iran war justified? I do not care who lives in Israel. I don't care if it's the Black Hebrew Israelite tribes or whatever. All these different groups of people who claim they're the true Israelites. None of that matters to me. All I want to know is, are they doing the right thing, regardless of what their heritage is? It just doesn't matter to me if they're true Jews or not. Maybe I should care, but it doesn't help me answer the question of whether they're good people or not, in my opinion.
Let's go back to the issue of United Nations and international law. Is it appropriate for one country to attack another country that has never attacked them to begin with?
What?
Perform genocide on them? There's nothing in earth that's going to.
So are you talking about Israel attacking Iran? Are you talking about Israel attacking Iran?
I'm talking about Israel having a war on Gaza as well.
Gaza never attacked Israel?
Wait a minute. Having a war on Gaza as well as attacking Iran as well as attacking Lebanon on 3 fronts. And nobody has initiated this war except for Israel.
Okay, Nancy. Yeah, Axiom, go ahead. You can take this.
Yeah, so first, obviously, the Gaza war was started because of October 7th. That's very obvious. The Iran and Lebanon war is mainly just because of Iran's control of proxies, of terrorist proxies. So like Iran controls the proxies that attack Israel, and so Israel attacks Iran. It's just very basic stuff. I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, Nancy, you got to understand. Well, here, let me explain. Nancy does not believe October 7th actually happened, or something like that.
Oh,
So,
okay.
So October,
so
I disagree, Anthony. October 7th happened, but you have to realize that Gaza is an open air prison, and they have a right to go and try to break free and go and do whatever they had. But what happened with Israel is they expanded the whole thing into something that didn't happen, and claiming that Hamas came in there.
what did happen, Nancy? Tell us what happened. Tell us what happened on October 7th.
Hey, Anthony, thank you for letting me on.
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna go ahead.
Let me say,
So,
Yeah, well,
y'all
hold on,
have a
Nancy.
blessed one.
okay?
Jeremy, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Nancy,
All right,
Axiom,
all right.
y'all have a great one.
You too.
Go ahead, Nancy. Go ahead.
From what the basic understanding I have is, yes, Hamas came in and they made an attack. But Israel was far well informed about the entire situation that was going to happen. And they allowed their army to stand down for almost 12 hours and from everything I've heard from people that have been around Israel, that know Israel, top to bottom, that there is no way that a gnat can cross over their, bordered, controlled circumference of Israel, that anything could have happened like that. They allowed the thing, they stood back, it was just a provocation, and the Hamas did not have the time to come in with artillery, rape all these women, behead these people, burn down things. It was the Israeli army that got involved in the whole thing, that created the situation where they brought their tanks in and they took control of the inhabitants of all of these settlements or whatever, and they killed these people and then blamed it on Hamas. And this is not just me talking, it's not my head, it's like all over the news. Everybody in international news owns this, and they know it, and they've been screaming from the roof.
I don't think they do, Nancy.
Yeah, so
Wait, Nancy, what you're arguing is, first of all, that Israel knew Hamas was going to attack on October 7th. They let it happen. But hold on, not only that, they aided Hamas in murdering, raping, and attacking their own citizens. So that's what you believe happened.
Well, you have to listen. I mean, Anthony, you have to understand that this has been in the news for 3 years now, and it's not news. It's like known information.
No, I honestly,
no.
I don't believe, honestly, Nancy, I've seen no evidence.
They had no time to rape women. They had no time to do all of this stuff. Israel did not.
All right, so who took the hostages? Wait, let me ask you this: who took were there actually hostages, Nancy? Do you believe that there were hostages taken by Hamas?
There were hostages, but at the same time, it's like even Israeli IDF and everything like that have come back on the internet, and not internet, but in testimonials, saying that this is not what we were told by the IDF, that we were supposed to go in there and strike homes and everything. There's testimonies. You just have to. You've got a blind eye. You haven't paid any attention.
Honestly, well, here's the thing. Full disclosure, you emailed me about these things. I asked you for the evidence that Israel committed these atrocities. Hold on. I never saw a single reputable source that basically just detailing the things that you said. It was all like fringe YouTubers.
There are people to this day, there are people protesting all around the entire world that have seen the evidence. Even the United Nations has said that, Israel is in a state of genocide against these people. And everybody just wants to go, oh, well, Britain and all these other people. But everybody else sees the truth of the whole thing. And they're like, this is BS. I mean, how many flotillas have they sent into Israel over the last 3 years that are trying to bring Gaza aid? And they have been put in jail, they've been imprisoned. I mean, it's not a joke. I mean, it's like, how many times does everybody have to see all the facts in front of them? With their boats have been confiscated out. I mean, a whole flotilla, 3 flotillas from Europe came down to try to give Gaza aid. And Israel has gone out into the Mediterranean in international waters, taken these boats into Israel, confiscated their boats, their hospitality aid, and put them in Israeli prisons and beaten the crap out of them for trying to aid Gaza. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it's like, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to know it. I don't want to see anything. This is BS. This is nonsense.
Yeah, but Nancy, you got to realize not everyone, first of all, not everyone believes this narrative that Israel allowed this attack and then, hold on, Nancy, let me speak, because I understand where you're coming from. The problem is
I think that's the narrative personally. I would agree that Israel just let it happen. If you actually watch footage of the attacks, it's literally there are people in the military base in their underwear hiding in a bathroom and getting gunned down by attacking Hamas fighters. So I don't see how Israel, which has all this intelligence, would just conveniently let down their defenses on the day of a concert just for Hamas to launch this huge coordinated drone land strike on the day that the United States invaded Afghanistan, on the anniversary.
I mean, that would, wait, so all right, so this would be a pretty amazing conspiracy if the entire Israeli military was in on the fact that they're going to allow an attack on their own.
Business. It's a misconception to assume the entire military needs to be on board. All you need is a chain of command followed by top-down orders, which goes guy who gives orders, guy who passes down orders, guy who presses buttons. That's the military.
Yeah, but so you would have. Are you saying that is there evidence that the Israeli commanders of the Israeli military, they gave an order to their soldiers to not defend their own citizens? Is that something that is a verifiable fact? That's if you can prove that, you might have a case.
Anthony, yes, it is, and there are people all across the United States right now, people that are saying that this is exactly what happened, that there are witnesses, there are everything.
All right, what's your source? Give me a source right now. We'll look at it right now.
Is there a reputable source?
You can't give a source for it because right now, if I were to sit here in 2 seconds, because I'm going to be talked down, I mean, you have to do your own.
But you say it's all over the internet. You can't give me one source. It is all over
the internet. Everybody knows it. I listen to geopolitical analysts. I listen to geopolitical analysts all the time, and it's
Myron Gaines.
Everybody agrees. I mean, it's like everybody everybody knows this across Europe. Everybody.
No, if everyone knows this, you should be able to give me at least one reputable source of.
I will try to go and send you some information.
Go ahead. Yeah, take your time. Like, what I want to see confirmation there.
You will get the confirmation, but you have to do your own just diligence to at least follow it through, because it's everywhere.
This is it, Nancy. What you have a moment to decide right now. Show me the evidence that Israel commanded its military to stand down and allow Hamas to attack its own citizens.
I could give you 10,000 videos right now if I had my finger on the trigger, but you wouldn't understand one thing unless you want to go on your own desire to find out if I'm true. And it's like 3 years have gone by with Gaza. I have watched hundreds and thousands of videos where the whole state of Gaza is completely destroyed by bombs and artillery. You know, civilian facilities, shrines, mosques, churches, hospitals.
All right, so set scales. Oh, Nancy, set scales is coming through. He's doing what you didn't do, which is actually provide sources.
All right.
All I
All right,
did
so
was
we have-
type. I'm just going to tell you. All I did was type into Google Israel orders which harm its own citizens, and this is what
Right.
comes
So
up. And there's no
Yeah.
shortage of things. There's more.
Thank
right.
you.
So
All right.
Because it really makes me so angry that it's like people just don't want to understand that this is what really happened. I mean, Gaza was a ward. I mean, open air prison in where the IDF is shooting children in the head, blowing up people, and it's like 2.5 million people lived in Gaza. That whole entire area is just blown to smithereens, and everywhere they went to refugee camps, they completely killed them, and they're doing the same thing with southern Lebanon right now. And nobody wants to understand this.
Yeah, Axiom, go ahead.
right. So this is just so. All this is just so stupid, right? The first part is that Israel had knowledge, I say that in quotations, that a attack from Hamas was going to happen, but the reason they didn't stop the attack is because their intelligence led them to believe that Hamas couldn't actually carry out this attack. So when people say that Israel had prior knowledge that October 7th was going to happen, that's like a misleading claim. They had knowledge that an attack was going to happen, not even necessarily the date, just that a attack was going to happen. But,
so that actually just furthers my point, because the military actively knew something was going to happen, but they chose to do nothing, even though they've been actively at war since the 40s or 50s.
All right. Hold on. Go ahead. Wait, let Axiom was making a point. Axiom, finish your point, and then I want to read from these sources
his point strengthens our point.
Yeah, so they didn't know it. They didn't know what was going to let it happen. They didn't think that Hamas would actually carry out the attack. It's just negligence. What you're making it seem like is that Israel knew the attack was going to happen, and they're like, yes, let's let this happen so that our people can be killed. That's not what happened. And second, this Hannibal directive thing is just a directive to prevent like soldiers from being captured by the enemy, so that they don't like give information out when they're captured, so they're not tortured information, right?
Okay, that has nothing to do with your first point. Your first
I know
point.
all
right, hold on. Wait. All right.
No, Axiom's point strengthens our position. Right. They knew it was going to happen. Okay. They chose to do nothing. Whatever reason they choose to give is irrelevant. Whether they're incompetent or in on it, it still happened under their watch. But what's the difference?
So, all right. So there's two questions at play here. I want to summarize everything. First of all, did Israel know that the attack was going to happen and allowed it to happen anyways? Second of all, there was a claim made that Israel was killing its own citizens to make things look worse and aid, Hamas, so they could then attack Hamas. I want to read the sources real fast. This will take a couple minutes. I asked for sources.
Were true, Anthony. Both things were.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And they allowed this whole situation to happen. They stood down for hours and hours and hours.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Let me read. So hold on. I muted you not because you were saying because of the noise. There's a lot of background noise coming from you, Nancy, and we got to cut down on it. So I just want to know that's why you're muted, not because of what you're saying. I'm interested in what you're saying. But when I asked for sources, I asked a question: what sources are there out there that make the claim that Israel was killing its own citizens along with Hamas? So this is what Set Scales gave to me, and I'm going to read it. First of all, this is from Al Jazeera, an Islamic news source that hates Israel. So that needs to be known. And the only thing it talks about is, okay, there is one from ABC. We'll read that one too. So basically, Israel deployed this thing called the Hannibal Directive, and it says here allowing the killing of its own citizens. But when you study this, what it really is, the Hannibal Directive allows the military to prevent the capture of soldiers, including killing its own soldiers who are about to be taken into captivity. So basically, that is what is being discussed here. What happened is, hold on, let's get down here. Some officers, however, understand the order to mean that soldiers ought to deliberately kill their comrade in order to stop him from being taken prisoner, not that they may be accidentally injured. So the claim here is not that Israel was killing innocent civilians. The claim in this news source is that Israel killed some of its own soldiers as opposed to allowing them to be taken captive. And this ABC news article, which is ABC Australia, basically says the same thing. So there is no source that I've been given yet which makes the claim Israel killed its own citizens. What it's claiming... Go ahead. It's Axiom and then Dirty Vomit.
Do you see how that's like exactly what I said? So like, so
it is.
What I mean
no, that's exactly.
This is what I mean when I say like these people like don't like know anything. They take like the worst interpretation of all of these events and then spin them in like the most malicious ways.
Yeah, Dirty Varmint has joined the chat. Dirty Varmint, do you have any thoughts on all this?
I mean, I've been listening to the conversation. I mean, even if Israel did allow them, to do the terrorist attack, it doesn't really, mean anything. There's still terrorists who attacked,
Right, they didn't have to attack.
Right.
So Israel knows. Okay.
But at the same time...
Do you guys understand that there are different types of warfare than bombs and guns, and that Israel has basically been waging warfare of starvation against Gaza?
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to address next. Okay,
go ahead. Yeah, Dirty Varmint, let Dirty Varmint.
On the October 7th attacks, they killed approximately 1,200 Jews. I think 500 of them or something were civilians. And then in the subsequent war that followed, Israel killed 73,000 Philistines, and 35,000 of them were women and children. And they completely obliterated that entire area, just leveled every single building in the entire area. I mean, I'm not making a judgment or anything, but there's I don't know if it's justified.
So you're saying Israel's response was way over the top.
Well, it is comparable to some other wars in history. A lot of times when there's a war, there's a lot more casualties on one side than the other. But it is a fact that they responded by killing 73,000 Philistines, and 35,000 of them were women and children.
So let me explain here. Is that 75,000 people that are exterminated, including women and children shot in the head, and all the civilian infrastructure in Gaza, including all their water sanitation plants and all, they threw them into refugee camps all over the place, and then they chased them all around Gaza and killed them in their refugee camps where they had no way of defending themselves. Why is it wrong for Gaza to defend itself against a hostile infrastructure, Israel, that wants to shoot civilians in the head, pregnant women, destroy all of their mosques and Christian? I mean,
at this point, there's nothing they can do to defend themselves. I mean, they've been dominated completely. So that's why the war is over, basically, isn't it? I mean,
wait a minute, the war is not over. It's like, how do you go and destroy hospitals and UN people and journalists all over Gaza, shooting them and killing them so that the news cannot get out. And everybody wants to sit here, including all, I don't know which one of you, I accuse you because you're sitting there fat, dumb, and happy thinking that Israel has the right to go and kill 75,000 people. And that's not even the actual number of them, because how many women and children and people and civilians were buried under the rubble when their houses were destroyed? And they're still continuing to do this. They're doing this in the West Bank. And at the same time, Israelis are going into settlers camps into Palestine and taking over homes and killing people. And then they go into Lebanon. Why in the hell are they going to Lebanon?
Well, because of the Hamas is in Lebanon, right? Or the Houthis, or whatever.
The Houthis are
The Hezbollah.
Hezbollah, yeah.
The Houthis are defending Lebanon, and they're defending Gaza, and they say, all right, we're going to close off the Red Sea in the event that you continue to go.
Wait, Nancy, can I defend myself eventually? Because you've accused me of approving of genocide, so I really don't want that to stand very long. But
because you're ignorant.
No, I'm not.
You're accusing people. I mean, it's like you don't care. You don't even want to even look.
I do care. I absolutely care.
You don't care, and it infuriates. It's not. I don't dislike you, but it infuriates me about the American public right now that just ignores this whole thing. They don't want to hear anything else. They listen to the news, and it's like, oh, we have the right. What the hell did Iran ever do to this country? Not a damn thing. 300 years have gone by. They have not invaded.
Yeah, but Iran is a big, major ally to China. China's the major threat.
So what?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
I understand, but
Nancy, let me ask you this: Do you think the world is? This is a simple question. Do you think it's good for Iran to have nukes or not? Yes or no?
I think.
Do you think it'd be? Do you think it's?
No.
Hold on, let me phrase it. Do you think the crazy, maniac, fanatical, religious fanatics running Iran should have possession of nukes? Let me ask you that question.
You could say the same about Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump much better?
Yes, much better.
Than the Ayatollahs of Iran? Yes, he's much. I'm going to go ahead and say he's much better.
Let me explain this. I mean, Pakistan has nukes. North Korea has nukes. All of Europe, I don't know how many countries have nukes. Russia has nukes. I mean, it's like the only country on the face of this earth right now that has ever used nukes was on Japan. And it's like the only reason that if North Korea has nukes is to protect themselves, probably Pakistan.
Oh dear.
It's like, why are we the country on the earth that has to be the policeman of the world? And what the hell?
Somebody's got to do it, Nancy. I mean, you can't.
Someone has to do it. How do you demonstrate that?
Because if there's no police of the world, then who's going to police the world? You know.
That's a circular reasoning there.
You need to have police, but police are the good guys.
No, they aren't.
So there's a guy out there.
Yes, they are.
All right, let me phrase it this way. Let's say, let me give an analogy. I want to give an analogy. Let's say there's a guy at the end of the street, and you walk down your street, maybe not, but anyways, you know this guy. He's down there. Your other neighbors have told you, man, every single day that guy walks out of his house. He said, I'm gonna walk down and buy a weapon and walk down and eliminate Nancy. I can't wait till I have enough money. Hold on, let me finish. I can't wait till I have enough money till I can buy that weapon and walk down the street and take Nancy out. I'm going to do it every single day. And at some point, you have to ask yourself, do you have the right to defend yourself proactively? Now, hold on, let me finish. Every day, all the time, you hear our videos of Iran. death to America, death to Israel, death to America, death to Israel, while they're developing these extremely powerful, destructive weapons that can kill, tens of thousands, maybe millions of people if you have enough of them. And they're clearly doing this. No one's questioning that they're doing this. And we're just supposed to sit back and be like, you know what? We're not going to do anything about that because Pakistan has nukes, North Korea has nukes, so what's another country on earth having nukes? Does that really sound like a good idea to you?
I think.
Yeah, what
Does that sound smart?
That has nothing to do with us.
It is, because Iran.
If we really cared about not wanting other people to have nukes, we would set the example and get rid of our nukes.
We are trying. Trump is trying to do that. He's trying to do a denuclearization with China and Russia. But they're not having it. China's building nukes super fast.
That's not going to do nothing. That's not going to work.
Well, he's trying.
Well, all right, so
you can't trust. There's nothing you can trust. Anything Donald Trump says. Here's a known fact. Donald Trump lied 30,000 times over the first 4 years he was in office. Okay? 30,000 times he lied over the first 4 years.
Donald Trump lied, and he's lying to this day, and he's just, he's like bamboozling everybody, including you, Anthony, because I don't know what mega. I mean, he's a pedophile, for crying out loud.
No, he's not. Come on.
Pedophile.
Yes,
how so?
I mean, how can
are you kidding me? Come on. I don't. You see, like I don't understand. We're
the Epstein
no,
stuff?
hold on. Is like I don't understand how we're going to go on about Christ and God and yet just accept the pedophiles and the war as justifiable ways to live.
Trump's not a pedophile. He's the one exposing pedophilia in the Catholic Church. He's the one.
Bullshit. I call bullshit. Here's the bullshit.
Congregates with pedophiles.
Donald Trump is exactly a pedophile. I mean, if you follow him, you look at history on him, he has absolutely been condemned by how many women across the world, and he is like just
like all the accusers turned out to be prostitutes, and he gave them like all millions of dollars to have a non-disclosure agreements.
I mean, all these women and Epstein and everything like that. Donald Trump is a complete.
He's not a friend of Epstein.
Yes, he's a.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yes,
wait, hold on. The fact
you can't believe a word he says. Go
yes,
put that link up there. You see that link? Put that link up on the screen.
Oh,
by the Washington Post.
Okay.
Donald Trump is an absolute.
He's married, and his wife is like 60 years old.
Melania Trump hates Donald Trump, and she.
No, she doesn't. She would divorce him.
She has no choice. She's a first lady.
She's a good first lady.
Well, I don't condemn her.
They want their money.
Okay. What do you want to say? She was an escort lady.
Yeah, I mean, so what? She wanted to marry a rich guy. I mean, that's her prerogative.
She was an escort, and she got involved in something that she didn't know what she was going to get involved with.
30,000 lies. Oh, he said.
You know what? Whenever he says something like, "Oh, I have the best hotel resorts on earth,"
you're gonna make excuses, Ace. Are you really gonna make excuses again?
I mean,
yeah. If you go look at the list of lies, Donald Trump, he's not the best communicator. Sometimes he will make exaggerated claims, and they were counting little things like that, like when Trump says, everyone knows I'm the best negotiator. No one denies that. And they would tally another lie because, some fact checker would be like, no, he's actually not the best negotiator in history. And they find like one guy, a couple guys who are better than it. Yeah, he was. So a lot of those lies are just like Donald Trump, like, you know how he speaks in hyperbole. It's silly. Like,
I mean, for 4 years under the Biden administration, Trump was like investigated for every single little thing he could possibly have done wrong, and he passed. He got cleared.
Yeah, he did.
He's like the cleanest guy in the world. If they had even one little thing on him, they would have put him away. You know.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
He was found civilly liable for the assault, for a sexual assault. So he was.
Well,
do you guys consider yourself followers of Christ?
Yeah.
Or followers of natural law?
Yeah, I do, and I reject the idea that Donald Trump is this really singularly evil person who just gets up and lies every day. And I think that here's the thing. I don't agree with.
He lies every day. Just because they're small lies, it don't matter that he's telling millions of people lies every day.
He tells the truth every day too.
Lies,
I mean, how many speeches of Trump have you watched?
How do you even know when he's telling the truth or not?
Because
how
he can just
way to know when Donald Trump's telling the truth?
Because it's just obvious. I mean,
that's not an answer.
When he says things like, "Oh, China, we outsourced all of our manufacturing to China, and now we're completely vulnerable," that's the truth. I mean, how can you deny that? What?
How do you know that?
Because we don't have any manufacturing in our country anymore, and it's all in China.
That's not true. It's not.
Yeah,
there's plenty of factories. There's even startup companies. There's startup companies starting many factories of production.
All right, guys, where are our rare minerals going right now? We have a war going on in the Middle East, and we don't have enough munitions to complete this war. And so what in the hell is going to go on? Because we don't...
Wait a minute. First of all...
Wait a minute. Why? Who's telling me wait a minute? No, we don't have enough rare munitions to be able to even go and sustain a missile.
Well, I mean, that's partly true. We don't have enough ammunition.
No, it's not partly true. It's absolutely.
But that's why Trump has ordered all the companies to produce ammunition faster. He's all on the news every day saying we need him faster. We need missiles faster.
Just like a true dictator.
No, it's about. I mean, come on, man. You just want us to sit back and let China take us over completely and have a communist country. You just want communism, is that it?
You can't be a serious.
No, he wants anarchy.
You say you can't.
So same thing as communism, basically.
Objective Ethics has joined. Let's let him introduce himself, and maybe he has some thoughts. I've been accused of supporting genocide, but I'll respond to that later. I don't have to respond right now because it's so silly. But go ahead, Objective Ethics.
All right, yeah. So I'm an independent centrist. I'm constantly getting vilified by people on the left and the right because I'm equally critical of both. So I do not have a horse in the race as far as when it comes to political ideologies or virtue signaling for any of this bullshit. All I care about is the truth. And American politics is absolutely broken in so many ways. And two issues I'd like to bring up, and I'll be brief about this. First of all, America has been the biggest war criminal in the world. We have been involved in so many wars and so many proxy wars, although we are the world's bully. We're not the world's police. We're the world's bully. There's a big difference between having a local police department that defends local laws that's put into place by a local people, a local government, and an international policing department that just goes around the world because we're the biggest, toughest kids on the block, and we basically just push our way around. We're controlling global economics that we're heavily involved in, the banking system. It goes so deep. And I'm not even a conspiracist. As you know me, I am very level-headed. I do not go for those conspiracy theories. But you have to look at the evidence, right? America is not an innocent player that's justified in anything that they're doing. We've never defended a war on our soil ever since the War of Independence. The last time we ever fought a war on this soil, in order to defend our
Well,
country.
isn't that a good thing?
You could
Do
say the
want a
Cold War.
from
You
this
could
soil?
excuse me, brother. Your name's not objective ethics. You could say the Cold War potentially, right, was potentially defending our
Give me a
own
second.
soil with Cuba coming, coming so close, being so close to us and stuff like that, Russia and all that stuff. But really, all of our wars, and we've been in a constant state of warfare ever since we've been a country. It's literally going from one war to the next war to the next war. And it's been us going to other people's countries and pushing our weight around, deciding who can and can't have nuclear weapons. Nobody should have a nuclear weapon. The fact that people are saying death to America, well, of course they're going to be saying death to America. Look at the way America has been behaving. I mean, you have to really consider the situation. And it sucks as an American to have to say that, because I'm saying it about my own country, my own people, but I care more about the truth than I do about any of this ideologies.
Would you rather have a war in our own country and not in other countries?
Yeah, that's called a false dichotomy. I'd rather have no wars at all. That's
well,
the,
you can't. Sorry, but
yeah,
that's
you
not
can't.
gonna
You actually
happen.
can. Yeah, you actually can. It's not a logical
No, you
impossibility.
can't.
It's not
That's
an ethical
impossible.
impossibility. No, it's
Dirty
not.
varmint, bro. Dirty varmint. Objective ethics is absolutely right, because basically the standard to be the world's police is who's the best at violence. And just because we happen to be the best at violence means that we get to determine the moral standard of everyone else. And people like you are okay with this, and it doesn't need to be this
Okay,
way.
well, if you
Because,
were,
hold on, make one more point. When you remove the standard, which is just done by violence, then the people are going to live in chaos because they never learn to live without having the police overseeing their actions.
The other issue I'd like to raise just really quickly is that, well, two things. One, there is quite a bit of information out there that even I'm aware of, as much as I try to avoid this kind of bullshit because the drama is a lot of people fighting but not coming up with solutions. But there is a lot of information about Israel pulling their troops away from that particular wall, that particular border, on the anniversary of Yom Kippur, like literally the day that of all the days of the year, for them to just decide to weaken that defense point, it's very suspect at the very least.
okay, that doesn't justify terrorists attacking
the other
you.
thing that I would say about this is, you said that Donald Trump isn't this liar, isn't this criminal. If you just pull up what I shared with you, and this is available on Wikipedia, which is really good about giving source material, the information's right there. Let me just read off a couple of quick ones here. In 2023, four criminal indictments were filed against Donald Trump, the then former president of the United States. 2 were on state charges, and the other 2, one of which was replaced by a superseding indictment, were on federal charges. He was convicted in New York, but charges were dropped in the Georgia case and the 2 federal cases. Then you go down here.
Problem solved.
Yeah, after he was convicted. He was convicted.
Charges are dropped.
Yeah, well, that's really suspect, isn't it? So in 2020, July 21, the Supreme Court. Oh, wait, I want to read. Hold on, sorry. I want to make sure I give you guys the right information here. Here we go. Oh, the 6-week-long New York trial. The 6-week-long New York trial lasted April 15th to May 30th and resulted in the conviction of Trump on all 34 charges. However, on January 10th, 2025, the judge issued an unconditional discharge. That is shady as fuck, but whether they discharged or not, he was in fact convicted in a court of his peers on multiple charges. So to say that he's not a liar, that he's not a criminal, is insane. Donald Trump literally said in all of his election speeches he was going to end the Russian-Ukraine war on day 1. It never would have happened if he was in president. It's still going on. He said he was going to end all wars.
He's trying.
He said he was going to end all wars, and he literally has started at least 2 wars since he's been in president.
Yeah, but he's ended 8.
At least 2, and he's supported 4 other proxy wars. So he is
ended the war between Pakistan and Iran. That would have been a nuclear war.
Bro, you have a real bad habit of interrupting. You were interrupting me a lot. I want to ask.
He's saying a lot of things. It's more.
Yeah, dirty. Well, hold on. I agree. Dirty varmint is waiting for a point to be made. He's speaking, and a lot of points are being brought up. Which, let's do it this way: objective ethics. Continue to outlay what you see the problems are, and then dirty varmint, you also can respond. So let's just do it that way.
I've been trying to ask.
Go ahead. Well, hold on. Let's do it this way. Objective ethics. He had 2 things he wanted to bring up. Dirty varmint had some responses, and then set scales. You can ask your questions. So let's go about it that way. Go ahead.
Okay, I've made my case. I've got the information right here. The source material is here. This is Wikipedia. For anybody who knows, Wikipedia is a great resource because they actually give citations. So look at the source material. This is the overview right here, and it backs up what everybody else was saying about Donald Trump. And I hate to say it because I told people that Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, I think they're both really bad choices. I'm not going to vote in this election because I don't support either one of them. But Donald Trump probably would be a better president than Kamala Harris because she seems like such an idiot. And I still feel the same way. She hasn't made a coherent sentence that I've ever heard in one of her speeches. But Donald Trump is a liar and a warmonger. And he's a convicted criminal. And this is just demonstrable. It's not even a point to argue. The fact that people push back on this blows me away. The evidence is right in front of your face.
Okay, but it says all the charges were dropped. So
I don't give a fuck if it says they were dropped. It says he was convicted.
So you don't care about the
that makes him
justice
a criminal.
system. You don't care about the justice system. Stopping 8 wars means he's a warmonger. It's like, come on, dude.
Marmon, that's not a real point. He's literally the president. It's no wonder the cases were dropped. Okay, well, I was going to ask objective ethics.
Go ahead.
Did you see the post that I put there where Donald Trump lied 30,573 times over the course of his first term?
Yeah, and they hand waved it away. They just hand waved it away. That's what's disturbing me because we're literally the lady. I don't necessarily agree.
How many times did Joe Biden lie?
Oh, I agree. I agree that Joe Biden was a tool. He was an absolute tool being used by other people. He was an auto pen. I agree with all of that. I didn't vote for Biden either. I don't think any of these guys are doing a good job, which is why I don't think America, which hasn't had a good president in a very long time, I don't think America deserves to be the world's police. We have not shown that we have ethics. We've not shown that we have any type of moral agency over ourselves or moral responsibility for the things that we do. And the lady said it absolutely correctly. She's brilliant. The only country that's ever used a nuclear weapon on somebody else, we used on civilians. And we are the ones who are the only country that's used a nuclear weapon. And we're all like, oh, we can't let these people have nukes. What might they do with it? They might do what we've done with it, which is horrible.
Well, that's a good logic. They might do what we've done with it. So we need to stop them from having it.
That's actually a terrible logic. If you want people to actually follow a proper example, like, what Jesus talks about when he says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, that means that he set an example for everyone else to live by. Why don't we try and do that as a country, as a Christian nation?
Because then we'd get steamrolled by every other country in the world.
That's a projection.
That's why we don't.
Psychological fear of foreign.
We're not a pacifist country like objective ethics thinks we should be, because then we get steamrolled by every other country in the world, and we're not going to allow that.
I'm not
that statement. I'm sorry,
I'm not a pacifist. I work in security. Okay, and I have been in more street fights than all the other people on this panel put together. I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying I am not a pacifist. And A's knows enough about my history, my personal life, that I'm not a pacifist. But what I do believe in is self-defense. Okay, if people come to this country, if we've just brought all of our troops home and people came to this country looking for trouble, they'd find trouble. Okay, we could do the same thing. Reagan wanted to put up the Star Wars system, which would have eliminated this danger of nuclear threat, right? That we could have just brought all of our troops home, all of our resources home, and anybody trying to shoot a missile, it'd be very much like the Iron Dome that Israel had, but even better. And governments were like, no, we can't do that. And the reason they shot that down is because they didn't want to, and that had a lot to do with the United Nations as well, is they didn't want America pulling out resources from all over the globe, because that stimulates global economy. War is a very profitable, it's a business. That's all it is about business. And you guys who are into politics way more than I am should fucking know all this. I can't believe I got to come here and even tell you guys this.
Do you support Trump's effort to create the Golden Dome?
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
That's good. Good. At least we agree on one thing. You think any other president?
I
doubt it.
I think that there are Christian pacifists as well who, disagree with, declaring war on other countries in any given context. I think this it is sort of naive because if you do that, then that ignores the fact that there is the reality of evil in this world that is trying to snuff out the light. And if you just let them operate, unchallenged, yes, you are going to be killed. This has happened time and time again.
Can you please demonstrate how a centralized authority and a monopoly on violence is the only thing that can defend us from evil in this world?
It's a great question.
Well, it's not a monopoly on violence. There's plenty of other violence in the world.
That's not the point. That actually adds to my point and proves that it's impossible a government can contain all the violence.
Yeah, so that means we have to try all the harder. That's why we're over in all these countries. And we have 50,000 troops in every other country in Europe.
And that's why we're failing. We're failing. That's what we're doing.
I don't think,
in Buddhism, they allow for what they call this. Essentially, it's a type of righteous warfare. It's ahimsa is the principle, and it actually talks about nonviolence. But in the principle, in the Vedic writings, the Buddha talks about, and the other following Buddhist priests went into a lot of discourse about what is considered justifiable violence. And self-defense in Buddhism is justified. You don't have to be an offensive agent to be able to and willing to defend yourself. I mean, I don't go around looking for trouble. I'm not that type of person. I never have been, actually. But I have always been willing to stand up for myself and defend myself, and to stand up for what I believe and defend other people physically if need be. And I think that's a good policy. But that happens at home.
Defend other people. You just
home.
You hit the nail on the head.
At home.
What if you're out in this? What if you're not at home? What if you're out in a different city and there's
you're somewhere you don't fucking belong?
Give me a break.
Let me hold on. Let me take this again. I've already used this example one time, but objective X one here. What if there's a guy at the end of your street, and he hates you, and he walks outside? I can't wait to go till I save enough money to buy a weapon so I can walk down, take objective ethics out. And he's talking to people, he's building up. He hates you so much, and your response is like, "I'm not going to do anything about that."
You know what? This has happened to me. This happened to me in real life, and you know what I did? I walked to school every day with my head high, and I waited on my own porch. Waited as these kids rode their bikes out in front of my house all the time, talking about what they were going to do to me. And you know what they did? Nothing, because they realized that I wasn't afraid of them. And they had a good reason to realize that. I'd already had 8 years of karate at that point, and I would fucking mop the street with all 4 of those kids, and they knew better. That's the point, dude. If you can defend yourself,
that's the point.
You don't have to go out into the street and make trouble. You could just do your business and go about your way if you can defend yourself. The other issue is,
what if somebody's attacking your friend?
Imagine this. Imagine it this way. What if you're this bully that's out there pushing everybody around and fighting other people and picking on people and stuff like that, right? And they're going around saying, and then somebody who has been picked on and beat up and pushed around now decides, you know what? I bought myself a baseball bat. I'm going to go down to this bully's house and I'm going to crack his head open. Does that kid, that victim, have a right to at some point tell everybody that he's gonna beat up that bully because he's been attacked and assaulted a number of times? Because that's what's happening. Iran, talking about death to America, death to Israel. We have been kicking the crap out of people globally for over 150 years, really, if you think about it. Definitely over this last century, it's been ridiculous. We're out there dropping bombs on everybody, landing on everybody's soil, getting involved in everybody's business. At some point, those people are going to say, yeah, that bully, we're going to do something. We're going to do that bully. We're going to tune him up really good. And that bully deserves it. America deserves what they're getting right now.
If I'm the bully, then it's basically my prerogative to stop the second strongest person from reaching my level.
It's a prerogative to stop yourself.
No, it's my duty to stop the second strongest person from gaining the same level of power that I have.
That's might makes right, and that goes against the religion you guys claim to support, and it goes against everything I stand for with objective morality and equality. But it goes against your own religious beliefs. That's what I don't understand, that you guys are so resistant to this. This is Christian nationalism type of mentality. I'm not saying you guys are Christian nationalists. I don't know your position on that, and I don't want to accuse you of that. But this is the kind of stuff that they would be talking about. Go Israel. They have a right to defend themselves and wipe out as many women and children in Gaza as it takes. Too bad, so sad. Israel couldn't have possibly done anything wrong. That makes no sense. Donald Trump is above reproach because the government decided to let him go even though he was convicted of numerous charges, including felonies, but he got exonerated from all these charges, which is so suspect. Instead of looking at that and saying, why did they drop all the charges? He was convicted. Why would they do that? And why would they then vote him in as president? That's insane. You guys are like, hey, the justice system let him go. I don't care. I'm just going to wipe my hands of it. I just don't understand.
He's the best president we've ever had.
Oh my God, that's insane. That's insane.
It's just a level of fear of your fellow man and woman. You fear them. You think they're incompetent. You think they're going to do something that's going to go against you or someone else. And so you want some sort of mommy or daddy figure to handhold everyone through life because you secretly can't trust yourself. So you think because you can't trust yourself, or you've seen other people in life fail to do so, you project this onto everyone else.
Okay, so you would rather have the playground just be a free-for-all, everybody's fighting all the time, and you don't have one big bully who's going to bring the whole playground into order, at least some semblance of order. And then you're saying, well, since he's the big bully and he brought everybody into order, now we all have the right to just go beat him up, and that he deserves it because he bullied everybody into order.
Demonstrate that the playground was less orderful before the bully took over than after.
World War II, World War I, every single war before and after. That's not order. We had to step in World War I to win that and stop the war. And then in World War II, which is basically a continuation of World War I, we had to step in and stop that, you know? And
yeah, but here's the problem.
We bombed Japan, and now look at Japan. Japan is like the best country in the world.
No, it's not. It's very...
And we did something unprecedented in war. Usually the victor doesn't lift up the loser, but we did that to Japan. We lifted them up out of poverty, you know, and we closely work with them. And now we're best allies. We're like best friends.
Their souls have basically been crushed by corporate structure. We saved Japan. I said their souls have basically been crushed by corporate structure. We saved Japan by putting them ahead of most other countries on the global market.
Yeah, they're one of the most prosperous people in the world.
Wait.
Now they're one of the most depressed countries there is.
No, they're not. No,
Yes,
they're not.
absolutely
Suicide
are.
is part of their culture, bro. Seppuku is part of their culture. It's different than America. It's not like they're depressed and, oh, everybody's committing suicide. Yeah, they have higher suicide numbers, but it's part of their culture, bro.
Okay.
I mean, you can't feel bad for them.
Yeah.
If you really want to even examine that part of their culture,
They're one of the happiest people in the world, bro. They've got no crime. You know, they've got clean streets. You know.
Yeah, I would love to live in Japan. I would love to live in Japan.
It's a great nation.
I think it seems like a great country.
Age, did you happen to catch my show today by chance?
I caught a little bit of it, but I was running around and I really didn't see very
mostly
much.
Curious I'm mostly curious if you caught the first like 15 minutes because the show is basically in two parts. Khalid and Nathaniel reached out to me to ask if I wanted to do a show on happiness. And then after I'd done all this research on happiness, they contacted me and said, by the way, we have these 7 questions we want to ask you. And not one single one of those questions had anything to do with happiness, but I was fine with adjusting the show. But since I'd done all that research on happiness, I wanted to go ahead and just discuss what I had discovered. And it turns out, a lot of it actually surprised me. But I would encourage you to go watch the first 15, 30 minutes of my show because I pulled out a number of statistics. It turns out the happiest, most successful, lowest crime rate, the countries that are ranked the highest on happiness index and rank lowest on crime rates and are most successful, happen to be the countries that have the most atheists per capita. And when you look at the countries that are the least happy and the highest in crime rate,
whatever, dude.
Bullshit. Look, I pulled out the resources, buddy. I got the receipts. I got the receipts. I know that you live in your own world, probably live in some dark closet in your mom's basement, dirty. But when you fucking get permission to use the internet again, go ahead and watch the
live with my
video.
Mom?
Watch the video.
You got something against my mom, motherfucker?
Watch the video. Watch the video. I've got the tickets. I brought the receipts. It's in the video. I actually did the homework. Just like I showed you here and brought the receipts. You haven't.
You're trying to tell me that Japan is atheist.
set scales, brought receipts. I brought.
trying to tell me that Japan is
all
atheist?
you've done is just brought your ad hominems, like I'm doing ad hominems.
I'm asking
to
a
you as
question.
well. I agree.
I'm not the one doing ad hominems.
I
You just said that my mom.
I am too.
You just called out my mom, bro.
I am
That's
too.
an
I admit
ad
I am.
hominem.
I admit that I am. I admit that I am. You could good mom jokes should never be
So yeah,
wasted.
answer the question. Keep it on the argument, okay?
All
Are
right.
you telling me that Japan is an atheist nation? Yes or no?
Yes.
They're an atheist nation. Okay. That's why they have shrines every 50 feet.
Yeah,
okay?
atheism is not necessarily lack of some type of belief. They have a massive belief in religions
They have more
that have
shrines
no,
than
that
any
have
country
no,
in the world.
that have
bro.
no gods. That atheism,
Oh, they
like
believe in
Buddhism,
gods. Yes, they do.
They don't believe in gods. No,
they have
don't.
8 million gods.
They believe in ancestor worship. They believe in bodhisattvas. They believe in divas. They do not believe in gods. Some of them do, but most of them do not.
They have shrines on every single street corner, bro.
By the numbers,
shrines
Japan,
to the gods. They're
by
idols.
the numbers,
sure, they're idols, but they're not atheists.
By the numbers, they are atheists by definition.
China's atheist.
Yes. China's
is
as well.
People are not happy. China's in poverty. Most of
China,
70% of the people in China live in poverty.
One of the lowest crime rates. One of the lowest crime rates in the world, and they have a tremendous amount of people. It is extremely impressive.
Yeah, and 70% of them are in poverty.
Hold on. Earlier, you were talking about how all the factories in America went over to China. Now you're saying that they're in poverty.
Yeah, because of the cheap labor. That's why the factories go over there, because they have little kids, making Nikes for like 1 penny a day, bro. That's why all the companies move over there, because of the cheap labor. Because
what they're not doing is committing crimes.
They're not committing crimes.
Okay. Because China is one country where if you step out of line, they will literally shoot you on the spot. Like China is a totalitarian nation. No, I don't. I mean, other people can have their opinion about China. I would never want to live in China. Never. I mean, that country, I have heard some stories about people who went to China, and it is just a 1984 police state, top to bottom. And yeah, they have low crime because the people who commit crime are immediately executed for the most part. Like, it's insane. Well, I'm not advocating for executing criminals, by the way.
I just asked AI if Japan is atheist, and it says no.
Does A's have any articles that show that?
Show what?
That people are executed in China for mundane crimes, or anything that demonstrates how their legal system operates? Because I honestly don't know.
Well, they are run by the Chinese Communist government. And which basically, when it took power, executed anyone who opposed them. They launched a full-scale war against the existing government, by the way,
I know that.
which was a capitalist. It was a capitalist free society.
I know
all
that.
The people who. Okay, so all the.
Ace,
people
will you
who
pull that screen up? Ace, pull that screen up for Dirty Varmint.
I'm asking for how their legal system operates now, not in the 50s when they formed.
It's the same thing, Seth Skills.
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
communist.
This is countries with the highest proportion of atheists per capita are China, Japan, Sweden, Czech Republic, and Denmark. Dirty Varmint, you're a fucking liar.
Well, non-religious doesn't necessarily. It says atheist or non-religious. So religious, you can still kind of believe in God and just not be religious, While many participate in Shinto or Buddhist rituals, okay. I mean, you're not gonna be participating in Shintoism if you just don't have any belief in some sort of higher power. I don't know if Dirty Varmint's still there or not.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm looking at AI, and AI says that it's
70% to 80% of the population actively participates in Shinto and Buddhist practices throughout the year. However, only about 20% to 30% claim to personally hold religious belief, as most view these rituals purely as cultural customs rather than acts of faith.
That's what AI says.
And Buddhism doesn't have any gods. I don't know that Shinto does either.
Yeah, I don't think that's true, though. I think that Buddhism.
It is true.
Buddhism
It's
is
demonstrable.
not
It's demonstrable.
Well,
Now,
Buddhism
Buddhism, there are different versions of Buddhism that have sprouted up over the years, but Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism, which is the original core teachings, right? That's core teachings split into two different ideas, have either the Bodhisattvas from Mahayana Buddhism, which are not gods, or Devas in Theravada Buddhism, which are not gods. There is no God. It's a oneness. It's a monist type of a belief system, as in like non-dualism or Spinoza's monism.
So
Yeah,
AI is
but
telling me that
Dave,
only 20 to 30% of them are atheist or non-religious, whereas 60 to 70% practice Shinto and Buddhist rituals.
Which don't have any gods. And the definition of atheism is a belief or lack of belief in
It's
any
still
god.
a religious ritual.
Dude, you could be religious about anything.
Ancient secularism, dirty varmint. That's what you're not understanding. It's based
Okay, well, it does say that
secularism.
these practices are often cultural rather than religious.
Exactly.
you know what I find is, well,
And
Yeah.
theism itself, theism requires a belief in a god or gods. Polytheism, monotheism, that requires a belief in a god. You could be religious about your favorite sports team. A religion can be looked at in different ways, but when it comes to actual like belief in gods or lack of belief in gods or God, singular, there's theism or there is atheism. That's it. And so atheist, secular and atheist means you do not believe in a God. It does not mean you're not religious about something.
Okay, so what should we get from this? Should we all adopt atheism because of the lower?
That would be
crime
my
rate?
recommendation. Absolutely.
My recommendation would be to seek the higher spiritual truths that underlie each religion.
I would say secular
I
Buddhism.
have-
I always tell people secular Buddhism. I would highly recommend all the Christians, the Catholics, the Jews, the Muslims. Get rid of all that nonsense that's based on a bunch of lies like fake global floods and Garden of Eden with naked ladies and talking snakes. Get rid of all that nonsense. Believe in something like secular Buddhism, which doesn't require supernatural anything. It requires balance, living in harmony with each other. That does allow for self-defense as needed. It's a more practical lifestyle. They believe in the middle way. It is philosophical Buddhism will improve your life so significantly. I guarantee you.
That's
Let me
all
ask this
fine,
question to
but
AI real quick.
Hold on. That's all fine, but we should not dismiss the ancient myths as nonsense because what they are psychological records of the past and how the ancients viewed the world. And if we look around the world now, the very suffering and trauma as described in these myths are the same suffering and trauma that perpetuate today, just in a different form. But the essence has remained. We should never dismiss or discount the ancient myths ever. The moment we do, the ancients are lost. And we will lose
So
something. We
what
never
is the
regain.
average crime rate among practicing Christians?
There is no single
Are you
average
asking-
crime rate statistic recorded specifically for practicing Christians, as law enforcement agencies like the FBI do not track the religious affiliation or practice level of individuals who commit crimes. However, extensive sociological research consistently shows an inverse link between religiosity and criminal behavior. Individual behavior studies, such as those from Baylor University, demonstrate that individuals who actively practice their faith and regularly attend religious services report lower rates of property crime, violent crime, and substance-related offenses compared to non-practicing or non-religious individuals.
Checkmate.
Community level, criminological research shows that areas with higher rates of active religious congregation membership often experience lower rates of violent crime and delinquency, particularly in economically disadvantaged communities.
Yeah, so according to AI, Christians have less crime than atheists.
Bullshit. Over 99% of inmates in prisons in America are religious. Less than
Yeah, they become religious
0.02%.
after they
Less than-
become an
Less
inmate.
than 0.0. No, they don't. Not in
Yes,
some
they
cases.
do.
In some cases, they do. That study is tough because they do incentivize people for the parole board and parole hearings to say that they're religious, to identify that way. So you're right about that. It's estimated that the rough mean on that in research that I've done is about 65-70% of people are Christian, Muslim, or Jew. The Abrahamic faith make up about 60 to 70%. Another 15% makes up like other religions like Buddhism or something like that. And atheism makes up less than 10%. Less than 10% of people that go to prayer. And it makes sense if you look at the global population and you understand that 93% of the people in the entire globe are religious people. 93%.
Okay, so if
7%
you look
of the
at
people on the
the
globe.
school shooters or mass shooters, what's the percentage of them that are atheists? It's like 99%, bro.
I don't know about that, but I do know that the mass shootings are split between people who go to schools and also people who go into churches that are religious people.
Yeah, I can understand how, some people like Marilyn Manson, he was raised as a Catholic, but then he became a lunatic and now he's a complete Satanist. But just because he's raised a Catholic doesn't mean he's a Catholic,
I would say that
they're rebelling against the religion.
The thing about it is that when you actually look at it, that what's causing people to do these terrible things is a mental disorder and has nothing to do with theism or atheism. I would say that it has to do with mental disorder.
I could agree with that. That's fine. Yeah.
But when it comes to crime rate,
this whole chart that you're showing is complete BS, bro.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
Because they're atheists, that has no correlation to their crime rate. They're just less mentally disturbed than, for example, people in America.
Well, I would agree that atheists tend to be less mentally disturbed because theists are more prone to believe in conspiracy theories. If you look at like people who believe in flat Earth, the almost 90% of them do that because in the Bible and the Quran, it describes the Earth as being flat. And especially the King James onlyists are the worst ones. Because they believe there's this dome over the sky. It's insane. And I mean, you and I have argued about the global flood thing. I know you believe it. I think it's ridiculous, but at the very least, you're not a flat earther. And you and I would be on the same page with thinking that anybody who thinks the earth is flat just because it's written in the Bible like that is a maniac, is like an absolutely just completely disconnected from reality.
Right. But that doesn't mean that they're going to go and murder people because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I do wonder about them. I do wonder about them. But
yeah,
right,
I mean,
it doesn't.
I think you have to be an idiot to think the earth is flat. I mean, that's stupid, but I think you also have to be an idiot to think the earth was not covered in a global flood.
Well, that's
no offense, but
the evidence is against you. That's the problem.
No, it's not. You're just ignoring the evidence. I mean,
yeah, I mean the flood wasn't global, but there was a regional flood that came, and
that's definitely global. I mean, I don't know if we should go into that argument because that's a whole nother can of worms.
There were likely multiple floods.
There were absolutely multiple local floods. I mean,
there's likely a global flood.
Where these stories come from, especially the biblical flood stories, come from the Enuma Elish, which was a culture that was living in a flood plain. Their entire existence was based on.
They didn't say it was a local flood. They said it was global.
Yeah, because as far as they were concerned, the entire world was their area. They didn't know about like the North American continent. They had no idea. They had no idea there was a continent on the other side of the ocean. They had no idea that any of that existed. They didn't even know South Africa existed. They had never been outside their territory. You have to understand.
Yeah, but for water to cover up the highest mountain in the Middle East, it means it has to be a global flood. You can't cover the highest mountain in the Middle East without there being a global flood.
They did not write that story as though they witnessed that story. It wasn't like a firsthand account. It was.
Yes, it was. Those guys were the closest to the event, so it was a firsthand account.
It was not
every single culture in the world has the same global flood.
It's a translation of an older text anyway. All the.
No, there's no text older than Sumerian.
It's not Sumerian. It's Babylonian. There's not many Sumerian myths, if any.
Yeah, the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh.
It is Babylonian, but it actually did come from Samaria. It actually did originate, but it does.
I'm trying to make the point that these are not even primary sources. Is what I'm
right.
The point
right.
Of course they are.
Yeah, no, he's right. Scales is right because these stories were oral tradition for probably a couple thousand years before the written record ever.
Okay, so these guys, there was an oral tradition that there was a flood 1 generation ago, and then you're saying that was an oral tradition for thousands of years. Okay.
Well, maybe not thousands of years, but for several hundred years at least, if not longer. Because you gotta remember that by the time cuneiform writing was actually invented, Sumer was a fully developed city. They had city walls, they had economics, they had mathematics, they had the wheel, the sail. The
And it's
wheelbarrow, all this stuff was
weird that
always
all that
invented.
stuff just
Right,
sprung
right.
up out of nowhere. It's like all the scientists acknowledge that the schools, agriculture, the law system, writing, all sprung up instantaneously out of nowhere. They can't explain it.
Yes.
No,
They,
I wouldn't say out of nowhere.
They have ways of explaining it. They mainly attribute it to migrations and the environment, as well as people coming together and the most competent amongst them forming a hierarchy that dominates them essentially and coordinates them.
Yeah, there's no record
However,
of like an
that's
older
not what,
civilization that was a hunter-gatherer civilization. There's no record
No,
of
but
that.
we do have record of when they call it the agricultural revolution around 10,000 BCE, and we have like we have megaliths, 2 megaliths that are large stone structures that date back. The oldest one being
No, you can't date rocks, bro.
Oh my goodness, bro! Science, they actually can. There's radiometric
No,
dating
you
there.
cannot. Rocks do not give. They don't have carbon.
Yes, they do. They don't
No,
give
you
carbon.
can't
They give
carbon date a
radiometric.
rock.
They give radiometric dating. It's not radiocarbon dating. Radiocarbon is for organic molecules.
Yeah,
Radiometric is still same thing. Parent-daughter isotopes. And yes, they do. A non-organic material can be radiometric dated. Absolutely, it can.
Yeah, but they're the only way that they think they know how much carbon or whatever was in the atmosphere. Or are you not even talking about carbon? You said radiometric dating.
Yeah.
What's that?
Same exact thing, except it's different parent isotopes, parent to daughter related isotopes. Same exact.
So
process,
that comes with a lot of
carbon.
assumptions. You have to assume
It's-
that all these isotopes.
No, you don't
were
have
at
to make the
certain
assumptions.
levels.
That's what people misunderstand. That is because they have the daughter isotopes. They already have the daughter.
Yeah, but
isotopes.
you have to assume how many of those isotopes.
The assumptions
or whatever,
are very small.
the parent, you have to
make,
assume the parent chemicals were at a certain level, you know.
brother.
and then
What you don't understand is they have a way to essentially like confirm this from multiple different sources. So they
Like
can
how?
take something that's been radiometric dated, then they can look at the ice cores, then they can look at tree rings, and they can
No,
look at
ice
all three of
cores,
those
bro.
independently and say, "Wow,
They
these
found
actually
World
match
War
up."
II planes under 250 feet of ice in Greenland. So you can't tell me these ice cores are accurate, bro.
Absolutely, you can.
It blew
Ice cores are
scientists away
ice
when they
cores are one of
found,
the most
because
accurate
according
ways
to the ice core, that World War II plane must have crashed there 5 million years ago.
No, it does. There's no ice core that says that. Ice cores are one of the most accurate ways of measuring time.
they're
And the reason
not.
is because, yes, they are. Because there's 3 different ways that they independently verify the date that those cores are given. They have the actual core, like the rings, right? Then they have the chemical material. Then they have the pollen material. They could use all 3 of those to then
that's all
triangulate.
BS, bro. You can't tell me because I found a piece of pollen that
I know
means
you're
it
a
must
science
be
denier.
50,000 years old
Convince you
because that piece of pollen
you are a
couldn't have got
science
there.
denier. You always have been since
No, dude,
ever
I'm
since
telling
I've
you,
known
they
you.
found a World War II airplane crashed under 250 feet of ice.
Yeah, that
in
has. And how many
Greenland.
rings? How many different layers of pollen?
Yeah,
How many
according to
layers
the
of
science,
carbon?
that airplane must be 5 million years old.
No, you're lying right now. You're just literally
No,
doing
that's
what you
according
do
to
is-
the ice cores. Because
there's
before they
there's
found
no
that
ice
plane,
core.
they thought that
Ice
that
cores don't even
land-
go back 5 million years. So I know
What's
you're
that?
lying.
What'd you say?
Ice cores don't go back 5 million years.
Okay.
Look, it's easy. It's
Let's
easy to focus on the measurements, but
I can agree with
if
you
we
on
look-
there.
if we
Ice
look
cores
at-
don't go back that far. They go back
if we
like
look at the
5,000 years.
effects, if we look at the effects of the ancient civilizations on what they had today, in Samaria, for example, they basically had a centralized authority that ran the city with mythology, which is no different from what we have today, as demonstrated by people who think it's okay to have a leader who lies over 20 times a day, who's basically just coming up with mythology on the spot.
So
they're
the
Wait,
modern
set
people-
scales.
at that point.
Go ahead.
Scales. You realize that these news agencies like the Washington Post, they could have an ideological agenda against Trump, and they can make things up too. You realize the Washington Post is owned by the richest man on the planet, Jeff Bezos. That doesn't make you question things a little bit? Like, I mean, come on, man. Let's like you talk about how corporations are running the world, and then
I
this. Hold
think
on.
it's pretty
This
clear that
newspaper
I
posts
question
article-
things a lot more than you do. Okay, I don't think you need to worry about how much I question
The
things.
Washington Post The Washington Post is owned by the wealthiest, richest man on earth. And what are they doing? Writing about how much Trump lies. Does that not make you just question things a little bit? Like maybe
What
the
makes
Washington
me
Yeah, and then they're pushing this
what
woke
makes me question
slop,
things is
you
how
know, in all their media
Donald
and
Trump and claim to follow Jesus.
Right.
That's what I don't understand. You know, that's
All
what
right, Setscales,
This
can I say
podcast.
something real fast? Let me respond to I'm going to respond to everything you've said in like one brief thing. In my view, first of all, I would never defend everything America's done, and I would never defend everything Trump's done. What I am saying is where Trump and America have done well, give credit. Where they've made mistakes, give credit. Okay? And in my opinion, is Trump like the second coming of Jesus? No, he's not. But in this world, we are always limited to choosing between the best of two, in my opinion, bad or flawed options. And the right thing to do, in my opinion, is choose the least bad option. And in the 2024, the least bad option was Donald Trump. And honestly, personally, I think Trump is all right. Like he's not. I don't think he's the very best president we've ever had. But he's certainly not like this singularly evil guy who's just out there waking up and being like, "How can I be a dictator today?" You know what I'm saying? So
the flaw in this thinking is that you think that the only way to solve this problem is to participate in a system that rewards liars to begin with. And you admitted Joe Biden lies. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
every single president.
In my worldview, let me just lay it out. Because in my worldview, everybody has some level of flaws. I mean, there might be a few perfect, morally people out there here and there, but they're probably not running for president of the United States. They're probably, I don't know what they're doing, but they're probably being like shunned by society for like making them look bad. Probably they probably feel bad because they're outcasts. But most of the time, here's the problem: we have a system and structure. There are going to be people running the government, whether you participate or not. So my thought is, I'm going to do what I can to make sure the people running the government are as good as possible. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, that's not very good. But I'm going to do what I can to limit the worst people from getting in and making sure the people who do get in are the best of those who are running and available. So in the last election, I had to choose between Donald Trump.
My question is, what does that even matter when the bar is so low to begin with? If you have to pick between liar and liar, when you can just withdraw entirely, you know, you do have that option.
No.
Why don't you participate?
Because if you withdraw, let me explain it to you, Setscales. Because what happened, let me explain to you why that's a bad idea. Because government is, in effect, a means of controlling society. And if good people don't participate, the vacuum will be filled by evil people who will turn the government into a means of basically oppressing and enslaving people, which is what you oppose. So good people have to participate in government. Otherwise, the vacuum will be filled by evil, genocidal maniacs like we see in countries around the world. But thankfully, the founders of America were actually good people who set up a system of moral, mostly flawed, but moral people who believed in individual freedoms. And that tradition has continued. It's fraying at the edges, but they set up a system where even till today, we're running on fumes, but it's still going. America is a great country compared to most of the world. And the only way to make sure that continues to happen is to participate. Because if we don't, and here's to answer your question again, evil people will occupy the government and enslave us, which is something I don't want to happen.
Well, here's the thing is the very people that you credit for founding this country with such great values, which I'll say, you know, they were better than what we saw in Europe. You know, they were perfectly okay with going from sea to signing sea and destroying all the cultures in between. Tradition that we've carried on to this day. We routinely.
All right, who did that? Let's be specific.
They destroyed the savage barbarians. Oh, they're so bad.
We routinely reward incompetent presidents who lie, like George W. Bush, who got elected twice, who failed on 9/11, regardless of whatever you think, and then gets us into an endless war, which then Obama comes in and makes worse.
Trump ended it, by the way.
It's just the United States is founded on war. It's always had bad people, and you have the power to withdraw from the system rather than empowering it like we've always done.
Right.
You don't have to
How
vote
did the
like
United-
you think you do because bad people are going to be in power.
This is what,
If bad people are going to be in power, how does your vote even matter?
So
This
would you
is the
rather us
law.
be
This is
ruled by the
right.
Indians?
Right. Well, what I was going to say is the United States was birthed in war. Yeah, because they were being controlled by a totalitarian government, so they had to fight their way out to create a free society.
I'm not mentioning that
Okay.
war. I'm mentioning the war of the Native American tribes. I'm not mentioning the
Yeah, do you
Revolutionary
know how
War.
evil those Native American tribes were, man?
That's
Those
bullshit.
guys
The
were
Native American
horrible.
people, the Native American people were living in harmony with the land and in
Psychopaths,
harmony with each other in
human
most
sacrifice.
cases. No, that's
What?
bullshit. That is
Yeah.
white
No, it's not
propaganda.
bullshit.
It is. Yes, it is. It's
No, it
fucking
isn't.
propaganda. It is
Why
propaganda. And
didn't the
here's the
Native
other thing.
Americans win?
Let me ask you
Because
guys this.
the white man was a minority. So
Let
why
me-
didn't the Native Americans win? Is because they're all at war with each other.
No, they weren't. Let me
Yes,
ask you
they
this.
were.
Ace, let me ask you this. And maybe Dirty Varmint, maybe you have an opinion on this too. If you think that you should vote even when your both options are shit, because I don't.
Have you
I don't
been
think
to
you
a
should.
reservation,
But let me ask you guys this:
bro?
do you guys take any responsibility or think you have any culpability for anything the shitty president that you vote for because it's the best of two bad options? Do you feel like you have any culpability in that situation then?
Well, the answer is yes, but the thing is, if it is ultimately true that the least bad option is actually least bad option, and that's the best you can do, then that's all you have at that moment. So
That's fair,
you
but here's the
can't-
thing. First, I want to, that's fair. That's fair. But and I want to say this. I want to give you your flowers because I think that you are being a lot more honest and showing a lot more integrity than most people. Most people would say no. They don't feel like they're culpable for their vote. They're participating in the system to uphold the system, like what you're talking about, but they don't think they actually have any culpability. And I think that's bullshit. I really respect your answer. But the other thing I would say is this: we cannot rewrite history. So it's nearly impossible to actually prove that you made the best decision. We can hypothetically say, well, yeah, Kamala Harris, I wouldn't have voted. I didn't vote for her. I don't think people should have voted for her. I don't think people should have voted for Trump either. But I do think that Kamala Harris probably would have been a really bad president, but we can't prove that. What's done is done. All we have is what we have to work with is what we have, right? So I think that to say, well, I voted for the best of two options, it's really tough to prove that, in my opinion.
It is.
And
Well,
what
yeah,
we
just
do
look at his
see,
policies, man.
the
Come on.
Republicans have, in my understanding, is they have control of everything. They've got the House, the Senate, they've got the Supreme Court, they've got the White House, and America is literally creating civil unrest.
They don't have the Supreme Court. That's the Supreme
I
Court.
think
is
the
not
Republicans
like
do have more seats in the Supreme Court right now.
The Supreme Court is unpolitical.
The justices,
supposed to be.
right? They're not political.
Well, okay, that fair enough. You're right. There, I didn't mean to put it like it's a but they do tend to vote. There are not vote, but they. Well, how do you say it?
Well, they do vote.
Their
yeah.
rulings do tend to be more politically aligned, and the judges do tend to get vilified and classified as a left wing or right wing judge. Like, look, you know what I mean? Thomas Clarence or the other lady. I mean, not all of them, maybe.
That's
but
only the Democrat ones. They vote strictly Democrat, but the Republican Supreme Court, they'll go either way.
Well,
they'll
maybe
vote against
so.
Trump just to prove that they're not biased.
Maybe I should have left the Supreme Court out of that. I should have probably left the Supreme Court out, but they because you're right. It's not but Republicans definitely, if they were gonna make so many improvements, right? They have no excuses right now. This state or this country, should be doing so good in every measurable statistic because they have all the power, all the control. And yet what we're seeing is our economy has been really shaky. All this warmongering that Trump is doing with Iran, the fuel prices have been skyrocketing as a direct result. I think that we're going to have issues with global warming and environmental impacts that I know a lot of people don't take seriously, but I do. There's other issues with
the oil prices so high?
The way that ICE is being used right now. We can talk about immigration, illegal immigration, all we want. I think that's a conversation that's a fair conversation to have and needs to be had with intelligently and not just using political ideology. But it's undeniable that the way that ICE is being used right now, they are shooting people down in trying to enforce this illegal immigration stuff that has absolutely created so much civil unrest.
Daniel, they're not just out there just randomly shooting people.
I didn't say they're randomly shooting. Well, actually, random or not, I don't even know if that's a whole conversation.
How many people killed more people, ICE or illegal immigrants?
How many people did ICE?
Illegal immigrants kill way more people than ICE.
Obama deported more people than anybody ever has, any president ever has over his 2 terms.
That's good.
How many people did ICE shoot during Obama's elections?
I'm sure they shot plenty.
How many?
Because
Trump is up so far. ICE is up to like 4 or 5 people that we know of, and it's only been 2 years.
Yeah, that's not very much when you have a country of 150 million people.
Obama deported more than 3 times as many as Trump, and did it without shooting people, without sending ICE out to shoot people.
Yeah, but Obama also let in 10 million illegals.
Listen.
Okay, but ICE wasn't out shooting people to deport people. You don't have to. What's happening under
illegal
Trump?
Immigrants are the ones out shooting people, and in the ICE, it's like a lot of times it's self-defense or what they perceive as self-defense. Maybe it's not. Maybe that the one ICE agent got a little, too crazy with his gun or whatever. But that's an individual problem. It's not Trump's fault.
Dirty varmint. You just went, okay, so it's self-defense to, well, maybe it's not, to maybe.
Yeah. I mean, in some cases, like he said, there was 5 shootings.
You cannot logically justify this.
He said there was 5 ICE shootings.
I've not heard one.
Most of those, the person who did the shooting perceived it as self-defense. And so, when these illegal aliens are killing people, they're not perceiving it as self-defense. They don't think they're defending themselves. They're murderers. They're psychopaths.
You're just claiming they're killing people, and now we need to go out.
The illegal aliens kill lots of people, man.
It's just like your school ground analogy.
It's just like that guy on the bus just stabbing a woman in the neck. It's like, ain't no ICE agent stab somebody in the neck, bro.
Statistically, illegal immigrants are far less likely to commit crimes because they don't want the attention. Now, I'm not saying that every illegal immigrant is over here just a super nice person, because obviously that's not
gangs,
true.
Bro. They're all gang members. They're not afraid of committing crime.
Most of them are very hard workers who work 2 to 3 jobs and are sending their money out of the country to try and support a family that's in an impoverished situation while paying their own bills and their own local taxes and paying into a social security system they'll never get to draw from.
Yeah, but the
federal government
illegal immigrants draw more welfare than regular citizens.
No, that's not even true. That's not even true. That's insane that you would even say that. And also, they are paying so much more into the system than they're able to take out because they don't have social security numbers. They can't even draw social security. They can't draw welfare, and they work for lower wages.
I want to bring something up.
Yeah, they can draw welfare. It's called fraud. That's how the Somalians got $8 billion of welfare.
Dirty varmint. We got to.
I actually all dirty varmint. I would be curious. I would be curious
to feed the children fund, and they steal $1 billion.
I think that deserves. I think that does deserve some serious investigation.
And it's all fraud because the U.S. government really doesn't have a way to vet who is applying for food stamps, who is applying for all these grants and these programs. It's all these illegal.
All right, let me hold on. I want to highlight something that I brought up with this on my channel before. These are basically confirmed. This is not Trump. This is independent news agencies. Murders plummeted more than 20% in U.S. last year, the largest drop on record. This is from 2026. FBI projects U.S. murder rate to reach record low by 2026. This is NPR, very anti-Trump. June 30, 2026, U.S. murder rate approaches record low. Now, they're not going to give Trump credit, but what is happening here is Trump is deporting all the violent, criminal, illegal aliens in our society, sending them back to Central America and wherever. So I would say Trump has saved thousands of American lives compared to the handful of people that have been shot by ICE in controversial circumstances. So I'm going to go ahead and say that what Trump is doing is overwhelmingly, when you do a cost-benefit analysis, beneficial for the United States. The number of people who have saved is much greater than the number of people who have been killed in ICE-related controversies. I just don't think there's any question about it.
Yeah, that's exactly true, man. And in all those ICE cases, every single one of them is going to be investigated. And if they've committed a crime, they're going to be prosecuted. But these illegal aliens,
right.
they're just getting a... Well, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that the Germans had a pretty low crime rate as well during their time, right?
Yeah.
Come on. But here's the thing. So, and by the way,
I mean, this is a fair comparison.
Yeah, what was wrong with the Germans?
Except, well,
but here's the thing: Trump is not.
What's wrong with fascism?
Does that look anything like?
Yeah, fascism is just a buzzword.
Yeah, but hold on. By the numbers, I'm just doing just to double checking your numbers, A's, and it turns out that for one thing, that federally, researchers say there are no reliable numbers to determine really on a federal level how many murders are being committed by illegal immigrants because of the tracking system. But Texas has an extremely effective way of tracking illegal immigrant crimes because of the way Texas handles things at the border. And according to Texas, illegal immigrants account for less homicide convictions on a percentage basis, per capita basis, than native-born Texans do. Now, that's a state estimate, not a federal, so we have to take that into consideration. But 7.1% of the state population in 2022 were illegal immigrants, but only accounted for 5% homicide convictions. So they're going roughly
convictions, key word.
2.2. Yeah.
How many of them go unconvicted?
You didn't care about convictions when it was with Trump.
Yeah. How many of those illegals go unconvicted, though?
You wanted to hand wave away Trump's 34 convictions, but now all of a sudden you care about convictions? That's hilarious. Roughly.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a lot of illegals that go unconvicted. That's all I'm trying to say.
2.2 not in Texas.
It shouldn't be surprising.
Hold on, set scales. Hold on, please. Roughly 2.2 per 100,000 for undocumented migrants versus 3.0 per 100,000 for native born. So it's not a huge dip, but it is statistically less. So to say that they're committing more violent crimes does not bear out by the numbers that we can actually compare it to.
Okay, but just
wait, Dirty, let me respond.
Let
me respond, Dirty, real fast. Don't you think it's an interesting coincidence that the year Donald Trump is elected in his first year in office sees the largest single drop in violent crime in American history, and one of his major policies is that he deports illegal immigrants? I just think that's just a really strange coincidence. If it's something else, I'd like to see what it could be, but I just think that's too much to accept as just being kind of like unrelated. Go ahead, Dirty.
A correlation is not causation.
We've already got enough.
I'm curious to know what it was too, because clearly something happened. But I don't think it's fair to say it's based on anything Trump has done, or it has to do with illegal immigrants being deported. I don't think that you can say that. You need some evidence for that. You got to argue for it.
So I think we have enough crime in America. We don't need a bunch of illegals, even if it's only 2.5% or whatever. We don't need that. We don't need the extra crime, and they're not supposed to be here. So get them out of here. Then we would reduce crime naturally.
That's a different conversation, and I do think it's an important one. I'm not hand waving away because I'm not a leftist, right? I'm in the middle. I do think that there's some nuance. I think that if you're not going to enforce your border, you might as well not have a border. So we have to figure something out. My personal view is we should make it much easier for people to come into this country. The fact that it takes thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars and years before a person can become a legal citizen in most cases is ridiculous, considering the fact that most people that come to this country are coming from an extremely poor country. They don't have.
That's why we don't want them here.
No, we do want them here.
I know that's cool.
We do want them here. Immigration is an influx of diversity is what has made America so strong.
No, it's not. I mean, look at Japan. Wait a minute. Let me give an example. Look at Japan. Japan is not a diverse country. Japan is like 99.9% homogenous. They're all the same race. And they're a super successful country, and their immigration policies are so strict. It's almost dang near impossible to immigrate to Japan.
I will respond to that, but I want to let set
diversity
scales.
isn't
I want to
their
let set
strength.
scales go because set scales been waiting. But I do have a direct response to the Japan thing. But set scales, it's your turn.
Go ahead, set scales. Go ahead.
You do not want criminals in the United States, and you blame illegal immigrants, but you fail to address the legislation that makes more criminals, because nothing's made more criminals in the United States, for example, than the war on drugs, which has totally beefed up the police force and made it much harder for illegal immigrants to even get into this country. It's just a huge hurdle in everyone's life.
The answer is to decriminalize drugs,
Secondly,
and then therefore we'd have less criminals.
You have a tremendous amount of cognitive dissonance.
Let's just
just end all laws.
Continuously
let's just end all laws. Get rid of laws.
Then there'll be no crime.
Smart.
And the war on drugs, which is a failure. They ended prohibition because it was a failure. We can end certain laws, absolutely.
No, if you end all laws, there's just no.
I specifically named the war on drugs, and then you say that I advocate for ending all laws. I think.
By the way,
I'm an anarchist, but that's not.
Yeah, they are strawmanning the shit out of you right now. Set scales. Don't put up with that bullshit, man. They are
I don't think so. It's a good example. If you want to end, criminal drugs, then why not end murder? Why not
one
end
good example
theft?
this entire night since I've been on Dirty Varmint? Not
What's
one.
that?
You've not provided one good example of anything since you've been on this panel.
What do you mean?
That's
Dirty Varmint. Continuously.
That's his opinion, dude.
And
that's
provided straw man.
I want to hear.
Go ahead.
Objective Ethics wanted to respond to the Japan argument, so I'm curious to hear what he has to say because I
Just
think
really
it's a good
quick
response to it. But
just really quickly. So it's ironic that you brought up Japan, considering we were just talking about how much America invested in rebuilding Japan after dropping the bomb on them. We gave Japan such a massive head start. If you look at what Japan is doing right now, they are in panic mode because they are so far below replacement rate again because of the bomb.
But that's not a problem. That's not an issue.
It is a massive problem. They are trying.
It's not. It's
they
only
are
an
actually
issue to
trying.
big
Japan
corporations.
Is literally I have two people that I know very closely that live in Japan. They are incentivized, that weren't born there. They're not Japanese. Japan is incentivizing immigration. If you have an actual skill or trade and you are at a working age, Japan is incentivizing people to move there because their infrastructure is in big trouble because they're so far below.
Despite that, they're still one of the hardest countries to immigrate to.
They are economically so viable because America invested so much in Japan in rebuilding Japan.
No, it's not because they were economically sound before that.
Yourselves. You guys just literally made the argument for this yourself, talking about after World War II. You guys,
you're right, but before World War II, they were super powerful and economically, well, they were on a mission of expansion or whatever, but they were, expanding their economic power before World War II.
Yeah, then we dropped this thing called the nuclear bomb on them, not once but twice, actually. So yeah, that kind of changes things.
Yeah, but
wait, you act like you act like the U.S. just woke up one day. You know what we're going to do? We're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Japan.
My grandfather was at Pearl Harbor. I know the story. My grandfather was at Pearl Harbor. I know that
they're only so economically powerful right now is because we helped them out. But we wouldn't have had to help them out if we didn't drop the nuclear bomb. They would have been economically powerful despite our help. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
I think you can prove that.
All right, hey, hold on, guys.
Yeah, I can because we dropped 2 nukes on them. That's why they became not economically sound.
I have to go to work tomorrow, so unfortunately, we're gonna have to shut down the stream so I can get a little bit of sleep. But I do want to give everyone a final word. So usually, keep it to a couple minutes. None of these 10-minute dialogues. But anything you want to say in response to anything that's been discussed or not discussed. But in any case, we go in reverse order. I think Objective Ethics was the last person to join, then Set Scales, and then Dirty Varmint. So Objective Ethics, how do I get you to... Okay. So yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much. Is philosophy. I really didn't mean to come and crash your stream. You guys got into the politics, the Israel thing, and I should have stayed in bed, to be honest with you. I didn't need this kind of headache, but I really enjoy talking to you, and I don't get a chance to see you as much as I'd like. I really enjoy you. Dirty Varmint, Set Scales, the young lady who was here, people in the chat, thank you for supporting the channel. Be sure to like and subscribe, hit the bell notification so you get notified when Ace does come on. I just want to point out that of all the people who brought up arguments today, as far as I saw, and I only caught the back half of the stream, myself, Set Scales, I think, and maybe Ace might have brought up one study or something like that. Everything that Dirty Varmint cited was actually refuted by stuff that I had brought up, and I actually shared my screen. So the proof is, the statistics bear out. And if you guys do some actual research, you'll find out how bad the arguments were that Dirty Varmint was making. A lot of just bigotry, calling people savages, and it's okay to murder 90% of the Native American population because they're quote unquote savages. This kind of stuff is just really gross, in my opinion. Look at the numbers. Look at what a terrible job Donald Trump is doing. If you voted for Trump, you have some culpability for what's happening. And if he's doing good things, then you deserve some credit just to be fair. And thank you very much, Ace, for letting me come up.
Thanks. Talk to you again. Objective ethics. Set Scales, go ahead. Your final statement.
Yeah, it was good talking. Recently I put out my 5-hour video, which I suggest everyone watch, called The Unified Topological Ontology. And it's my own philosophical framework that I wrote, where I take from other people and form a syncretic framework. But aside from that, Dirty Varmint, cognitive dissonance, I think you've got it. And I'm not just saying that to be mean, but I mean, the amount of contradictions that you stated, either you have that or you're just a LARPer. I don't know. But yeah. Good night, Ace. It was good talking to you and Objective Ethics, and good night.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. Anytime.
Okay.
Dang, Dirty Varmint. They were taking shots at you.
I know. They're
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh,
but,
he said that it's okay to
I know,
slaughter
listen,
all
all
the
right,
Indians. It's like, I never said that, bro.
All right, I'll give you your final word, though. Yeah, go ahead. Say what.
So as far as the diversity is our strength, meaning having a melting pot with a bunch of different races is a strength, I don't think so. I think Japan is a clear indication of the opposite. And I think, in America, diversity is more of a liability. Like, all these different groups of people are at each other's throats. The Mexicans don't like the blacks don't like the whites don't like the Indians. I mean, these are all sources of division. They're not making us a better nation or whatever. It's fine that we have diversity. I think everybody should be allowed to come to America. That's fine. I'm not arguing against that. But the idea that diversity is our strength is completely false. I mean, just look at Japan. They're 99% Japanese, and it's like, I don't know, these good countries like Japan, I think they're a pretty decent country. I would like to live there. But it's hard for people to move in there, and they're not just allowing all these millions, 20 million people from a third world country to come in there and just overrun and overtake the whole place with crime and all this gangs and all this stuff. It's like, they're not doing that, and we shouldn't do that either. As far as Trump, I support Trump. There's like one thing that I think Trump did wrong, and that was to pardon George Santos. I mean, George Santos is just a super scam artist. I don't think he should have pardoned him. I think that was wrong. But other than that, it's like Trump is he understands that America was this bad country, like Objective Ethics was saying, and the other guy, they're saying, oh, we're just a warmongering nation, the police of the world doing all this bad stuff. I agree with a lot of that. Our country was doing a lot of that, but that's why Trump ran for office, because he felt like our country is going down the tubes, over the course of the last 40, 50 years. And he's trying to put a stop to it. And I can see that he's got good intentions and he's got good policies. There's a ton of good policies. Even Objective Ethics agreed that, yes, we should try to have a golden dome. I mean, there's the thing where he's giving every single child born in America $1,000 bank account so that by the time they turn 18, they can have $100,000 in the bank. I mean, he's doing a lot of good policies, and I agree with him on that. As far as the Iran thing goes, I mean, in my view, the major threat of world war in this world right now is China versus the United States. And recently, Trump has been going one by one, taking out all of China's allies. For example, Venezuela, Cuba, that's going to be in the future, but Iran, the Russia thing, these are all strategic, ways to try to keep us from fighting a global worldwide war with China. Because if China has these allies, that's going to make a big threat to the United States. It's going to make it a lot harder for us to win, if that's even possible for us to win. So, these things are necessary. The war with Iran is necessary. They're a terrorist regime. It's like these ayatollahs, these clerics are just religiously insane. I think objective ethics should agree with that. It didn't sound like he did. To me, it sounds like he's saying we should just abandon all our troops and pull all our troops home and then just wait for somebody to attack us, which I think is a ridiculous strategy on the world stage. I mean, other than that, I guess we'll just have to wait till next time to talk about the rest.
All right, Draymond. Hey, it was good having you on the panel, man. Thank you so much. Seth Scales and Objective X were throwing shade at you, but they just don't want to acknowledge that you were making good points. Come on.
All right, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Good stream.
All right. Yeah, until next time. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Oh, man. There was a lot discussed during this stream. First, there was my opening monologue where I kind of review things that are important to me and things I've seen. I haven't been doing a lot of streams recently. I talked about that and why that's the case. I would like to do more. I would always like to do more. I've always said that. But and in the future, I'm trying to set it up so I will maybe be able to do an actual show, like maybe 5 nights a week or something. But that's kind of difficult to envision at this time as actually taking place in reality. But it would be nice. It's an idea I have. But okay, so we got into what started it off is the Iran war justified? And, that quickly went off the rails into a conversation about who the true Jews are, because the conversation was framed around the people attacking Iran aren't even real Jews. Israel isn't even occupied by the real Jews of the Bible, which may or may not be true. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. To me, it doesn't matter if they're the true Jews or not, or who they are. I just want to know, is it right for the countries of this world to be aligned in conflict, well, specifically America and Israel, against Iran? And my thoughts on it are this. I do not want to see Iran have nuclear weapons. I really think that would be a bad thing for the world. I think it's particularly bad for Iran. I don't want to see the world have any nukes. I would like to see a world without nukes at all. But there are some countries that I really don't want to have nukes. And unfortunately, one of those countries is North Korea. They already have nukes. And another one of those countries is Iran. And I do think that preventing Iran from getting nukes is justified. That being said, that is absolutely not what Donald Trump ran on. He did not run on getting involved in a war in Iran. I don't remember him talking about that. As someone who I had already admitted that I voted for Donald Trump in the most recent election against, Joe Biden. Or no, excuse me, Kamala Harris. I voted for him over Kamala Harris. And I definitely do not remember voting for him because I thought he was going to attack Iran and prevent them from getting nukes. Not that I disagree with it. It's just that I didn't think that was part of the agenda. Now that he has done it, it has unfortunately destabilized the world economy to a very significant extent, and which is actually what Trump did run on. He ran on lowering gas prices, in addition to other things, lowering the cost of living. And unfortunately, that just has not happened. And I think it probably would have happened if we didn't attack Iran, because I think gas prices would have continued to drop, which they were dropping, until Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz. So I think the Iran thing may have been a misstep by Donald Trump. Do I still think he's better than Kamala Harris? Absolutely. Way better. No question. I think Kamala Harris would have ended the United States totally. Just destroyed it, and the country would have crumbled. Donald Trump, even though he's made some bad decisions, is not making decisions that will lead to the total destruction of the United States. So I still think I voted for the right person. Just I'm a little disappointed in exactly how things have played out. As far as the United States in general, and the accusations about how America is this kind of bully on the world stage, and this particularly a destabilizing force in the world geopolitical scene, that is absolute nonsense. It's not true today, and I don't believe. Now, that being said, the United States has made some mistakes. There's no doubt. We talked about the Native Americans. They wiped out the Native Americans. I don't think that should have happened. That was a very awful thing the United States did historically. The United States, we had slaves, but so did pretty much every other country on earth at that time. Doesn't make it right in America, but that is something that happened that was unjust, and some people today are probably still feeling the effects from that. But as far as all the wars, the people talking about, America's getting involved in all these wars, and it's just, well, let's look at the circumstances. Are there any justifications for these wars? So you go back to the beginning of the 20th century, pretty much you have a couple of them before World War I, which can be argued. We have, wars of expansion, but the other country, the Spanish-American War, okay, we attacked Spain, Spain attacked us. We were both expanding at that time and fighting for territory, so no one's worse than anyone else. World War I, is anyone going to argue that World War I was evil? Probably some people out there, people who hate America. But for the most part, I think people can agree World War I was justified. So what was the next major war? World War II. Okay, they're going to get angry that we declared war on the Nazis and defeated them. And, we bombed Dresden. Does anyone know how many people civilians were killed when the United States and the Allies bombed Dresden and all these other German cities to end the war? It was probably way more than have died in the Gaza conflict. Same thing with Japan. Japan was on a war of expansion in China and all over the Pacific. And people want to act like, America dropped nuclear bombs on Japan. It's like we just woke up one day and we're like, we're going to just, send some nukes over Japan way just to get our jollies going. No, that's not what happened. There are circumstances that lead to justifications of these acts. A lot of people think that dropping the bombs in Japan saved a lot of lives because the war would have continued on much longer, and a lot more lives than would have been lost than if we had just ended it that way. So you got to think about these things. You have the Korean War. Man, I bet the South Koreans are happy we helped them fend off the communist army that took over North Korea, which is a police state now. That's what we were doing in Korea. We were defending the Koreans from being swallowed up in this totalitarian police state that unfortunately North Koreans have to live in now. If America hadn't gotten involved, all Koreans would have been enslaved by the communists during the Korean conflict. So I think a lot of South Koreans are going. I think a lot of South Koreans are very happy that America participated in that war. What's the next major war after that? Vietnam, same thing. The South Vietnamese wanted our help. After the Viet Cong took over Vietnam, guess what they did? They slaughtered every single person who ever opposed them or imprisoned them and re-educated them. One of the two. People forget people act like the communists just, were just going around evangelizing, and the communists were way more violent than America ever was. Vietnam was even China. China fell to the communists by violent conflict as well. And what did the Chinese what did the Red Guard do after they took over China? Murdered every single person who opposed them and installed their dictator. And they don't have democracy today in China, by the way. Ever since that, same thing in Vietnam. We fought in Vietnam to defend the free society that wanted our help. And a lot of rabble-rousers in America thwarted that, made it seem like America was the bad guy for defending the Vietnamese against the evil government that controls them today and has eliminated democracy in that country. So again, you can go on down the line. Now, of course, there's the Iraq War after that. There's a couple others in other minor conflicts we can look at and say are questionable. And there are obviously things that America has done which are horrible and can't be justified in any sort of meaningful way, and those exist, and I acknowledge that. But there's a moral equivalency being made that just because America is doing these things, that means we're necessarily engaged in evil and destabilizing the world, and that's just not the case. America has been a major stabilizing force. Our government has been a source of inspiration for free societies all around the world. Everyone wants to live in America. Just look at all the people who came to the United States during the World Cup and how they were blown away by how amazing this country is. And then, you see statistics about, how Scandinavian countries and atheist countries are the happiest countries in the world. Why isn't anyone moving there? Except for like large swaths of the Middle East who live in the worst countries on earth are moving to these countries. Yeah, maybe they're happy because of what they got out of. But no one wants to move to Sweden and Norway and these other socialist atheist countries. And these small countries with like 5 to 10 million people, it's just not even comparable. It's not the same. We're not dealing with 300 million people of various backgrounds and in histories and things like that. It's much easier to manage a country that's small and mostly homogenous up until the immigrants came in, and I hate to say it, looks like things are starting to destabilize as a result of that. If you look over there, things aren't going so well in paradise, precisely for that reason. Diversity, there are a lot of homogenous countries around the world that do just fine. Diversity isn't inherently beneficial. It can be beneficial, but it's not necessary. And like Dirty Varmint said, it can lead to other problems that wouldn't exist without diversity. So, all right, I've pretty much summed up everything. Yeah, exactly. But I do want to thank everyone who joined the panel, everyone who watched. Somebody made a comment earlier. The title has nothing to do with what you're talking about. And you know what? That was probably the truest thing that was said tonight by anybody. We really didn't talk too much about the title, but in open discussions, chaos will many times ensue. And as long as the conversation's productive, whatever. It's not what I thought I was going to talk about, but ground was made and ideas were discussed. So fair enough. All right. Until next time, God bless. Thank you all for joining and participating. Until next time, thank you.